We're coping with sweltering and in some places record-shattering temperatures. Mr. Rooker is going to let us all know how long that heat's going to stick around.
Plus, if you are itching to travel again, could we interest you in a bigger plane, a better seat, perhaps faster Wi-Fi? Sounds like a dream, right? We got a first look at some big changes coming soon to the Friendly Skies.
And then The Boss Baby is back, a new sequel. Al and I, we got an interview. We scored an interview with the star himself. Just wait until you see what happened to us during that chat.
All that, plus as we get ready to light up our grills and fire pits for the holiday weekend, we've got all the tips you need to do it safely.
Good idea. All right, sounds like a packed show, shall we?
Oh, we got to do it. It's not even the half of it.
All right, let's get ready for Today in 30. We're going to start off with Dylan. She's at Bryant Park right here in New York. Hey, Dylan, good morning.
Good morning, guys. You know, the heat wave that started yesterday is expected to bring us the hottest temperatures we've seen so far this year. In the Northeast, heat advisories and heat warnings are in effect and they stretch down the coast. And so often we say it's not the heat, it's the humidity. And the humidity is going to make cities like Boston, New York City, and Philadelphia feel like it's well above 100 degrees. And the worst is yet to come.
This morning, across the Northeast, a scorching summer heat wave, dangerous temperatures, and extreme humidity sizzling cities up and down the coast.
I'm surprised that it's this hot this early.
Northeast temperatures soaring past seasonal averages, with heat advisories stretching from New Jersey to Maine.
I try to drink a lot of water.
Philadelphia and Boston declaring heat emergencies, preparing for possible record-breaking temperatures. The heavy, humid air in many places feeling hotter than 100 degrees.
It's hot. The humidity, it's horrible.
People and pets cooling off however they can. New York opening city pools despite a lifeguard shortage coming out of the pandemic. Beaches along the coast already packed ahead of the 4th of July holiday.
They had summer soccer camp this morning, and I figured a good way to cool off was to come to the beach.
Off South Carolina's shores, Tropical Storm Danny strengthened before drenching the coast. It's already the 4th named storm of the year, months earlier than normal.
Now, I know it's summer and it gets hot, but a reminder that this heat needs to be taken seriously. Heat is the #1 cause of weather-related deaths in this country. And we've actually joked about my giant water bottle in the past, but this is exactly what you need today if you're going to spend time outdoors. Lots of water, or better yet, just stay inside as much as you can.
All right, all good advice for us. Dylan, thank you.
Maybe 2 of those water bottles. As we mentioned, it's even hotter in the Pacific Northwest. That region is suffering through days of historic heat. It's shattering records. It's prompting safety warnings. NBC's Guad Venegas is in sweltering Portland, Oregon for us this morning. Hi, Guad. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Savannah. It has been painful up here in Portland. 3 consecutive days of record-breaking temperatures. It got up to 116 degrees here in Portland. That is now the hottest temperature ever recorded.
This morning, millions across the Pacific Northwest struggling to find relief from the heat.
It's unbelievable. We've been in Portland for over 20 years and we haven't experienced anything like this.
Records, some more than a century old, shattering as temperatures soar 30 degrees above average from Oregon to Washington. In parts of Portland, some public transportation services shutting down Monday. The city streetcar system tweeting photos of power cable damage during the heat riding. In case you're wondering why we're canceling services for the day, here's what the heat is doing to our power cables. At the Oregon Zoo, a family of elephants keeping cool splashing around in a swimming pool. Further south in Salem, temperature soaring to a record high 117. And in Seattle, 3 consecutive days of triple-digit temperatures for the first time on record.
Today, we couldn't get any ice. Everything is completely gone.
In North Washington, Interstate 5 shutting down lanes with buckled pavement. Fueling these scorching conditions, what's called a heat dome, a ridge of high pressure acting as a lid, trapping hot air and sending temperatures climbing rapidly, leaving the Northwest facing that extreme heat.
So here's the good news. It appears we're moving out of this heat wave with the forecast finally saying today will be under 100 degrees. In fact, I can feel a breeze. It's like a whole different climate here. So the residents are probably looking back to things going back to normal, Savannah.
Oh, everybody wants a breeze. NBC's Guad Venegas. Guad, thank you very much.
That's nice. I just met Guad for the first time.
Yeah.
Nice to see him there. All right, Mr. Roker, you're over at the weather wall. You got a big picture on both coasts.
Yeah, and the problem is while the coast in the Pacific Northwest will see cooler weather, our friends inland will not. 12 million people impacted under heat watches, advisories, and warnings in the West. Out here in the Northeast, we're talking about 44 million people. We've got all-time records set in Phoenix, Las Vegas, Portland, Sacramento, even to St. Louis with 115 degrees. We've got an amplified ridge, big area of high pressure on both coasts. Here in the Northwest, records again today for Helena, Spokane, Boise, Winnemucca, Reno, Redding will see a record most likely. But by the time we get to the midweek, it does cool along the coast. But look at this. We keep triple digits, Spokane, Boise, into Helena, Glasgow, and on into Pocatello, near 100 degrees for that period of time. Now, here in the Northeast, we've got that same amplified ridge. It's cool in the midsection of the country, but new records set possibly today for Cincinnati, Charleston. It's going to feel like 94 in Pittsburgh, 96 in Rochester, Boston and New York City, both feeling like 101 degrees. But as we get into that midweek period, you'll see Wednesday, tomorrow, again, those high heat indexes at or over 100 degrees. But as we get into the latter part of the week, into the weekend, Portland, you're down to 68, 77 in New York City. So those temperatures will finally start to cool off, guys.
All right, Al. Thank you. We are back with our series, Reopening America, and a very big announcement from United Airlines this morning.
That's right. The airline's saying it's buying hundreds of new planes while also upgrading and retrofitting every narrow-body plane in its fleet.
And it's happening as United and other airlines are coming out of the worst slump in air travel since 9/11. NBC's Tom Costello is at Newark Airport in New Jersey, just across the river from us. Sounds like United is believing that passengers are back, and they're back for good.
Yeah, and United is putting money on it. So this is a 737 MAX 8. It's been completely upgraded with the new United logo, but also all of the new equipment on board. Take a look at this. By the way, United is also placing the biggest order for new planes in its history. What does that mean for you and me? It means more seats, more premium seats as well. As for the luggage, look at this. The overhead luggage bin's now much bigger so that everybody on board can put your luggage right here. Look at the back screens here. The back of the screens and how big they are. 14-inch in first class, 10 inches in the back here. Faster Wi-Fi. You're going to be able to use your Bluetooth on these screens. The bottom line is that United is betting big that the slump in pandemic air travel is over.
Continue boarding United flight number 2323 with service in Nashville.
For the airline industry, on its knees and losing billions of dollars just last fall, what a difference a vaccine makes.
People are ready. People can't wait to get out.
Anywhere. I will go anywhere as of right now, just not my house.
This past Sunday, the TSA reported another post-pandemic record. Nearly 2.2 million travelers passing through airport checkpoints. A year ago, it was just 633,000.
Please ensure your masks are on at all times. Masks are covered above your nose, chin covered during boarding.
Now, United Airlines, expecting to turn a profit in July, is placing a very big bet that the passenger surge will only continue. The airline says it's buying 270 new planes, both Boeing and Airbus, the biggest order in United's history and the industry's biggest order in 10 years. The company also says it will retrofit all of its existing narrow-body planes with a new look, increasing the number of domestic seats by 30%, more premium seats, bigger overhead luggage bins, much faster Wi-Fi, and entertainment screens Bluetooth enabled so you can connect your own headphones. CEO Scott Kirby on CNBC this morning.
Upgrading our domestic experience for customers is really what this order is about. And while it's a big aircraft order, it's really about upgrading the customer experience with new airplanes, but also brand new interiors, the best interior, seatback entertainment, and all the amenities that we're going to put on the airplane.
For years, United's customer service rankings have fallen below that of some competitors. Now it's making an expensive commitment to turn a page.
United realizes that it needs to step up its game when it comes to customer service, and that's what they're planning to do.
Counting existing plane orders, United is adding a staggering 500 new planes to its fleet. And that will require more pilots, flight attendants, and ground crews. 25,000 new hires by 2026.
So this isn't just big in terms of our customers. This is also big in terms of the economic impact it's going to have on our hubs and across the country.
Hey, everybody watching Today in 30, I'm Tom Costello. You may have seen my spot already about the surge in air travel and how United is ordering 500 new planes over the next 3 to 4 years. It's a staggering number. It means that in 2023, they'll take possession of a new plane every 3 days. Chances are you'll be on one of these new planes. You're going to have bigger luggage space, a better experience with your seatback entertainment, much faster Wi-Fi. You better start getting ready to book your ticket now, because United is absolutely convinced that the surge in air travel is here to stay.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
And we are back, and we've got a Today exclusive. And guess what? It's a little different. A little different, would you say? I know, real people, hi.
Well, if you have kids, you probably remember The Boss Baby, a really funny animated movie about a suit-wearing, briefcase-carrying baby.
Well, guess what? He's back with a new sequel. Hoda and I were lucky enough to score an exclusive interview with none other than the Boss Baby himself.
Yeah, and let's say we're still recovering. Take a look. If you thought your boss had temper tantrums, you ain't seen nothing.
This is war.
In the original Boss Baby film, a young boy's life is turned upside down by the arrival of his new brother, who also happens to be an undercover corporate executive on a secret mission.
You can talk.
Get yourself a little something.
Spoiler alert, the Boss Baby does eventually grow up, but thanks to a secret downsizing formula, he can slip back into those form-flattering diapies when called into action, which he is for the sequel, The Boss Baby Family Business. And the boss took time out of his busy schedule to chat with us about the film.
Hello?
Boss Baby?
He's late.
You know what? I think it's kind of rude.
Well, he is a baby. Maybe he hasn't learned to tell time yet.
Wait a minute, do you hear that?
Cancel my 3 o'clock and move Power Tai Chi to 4:05, but don't touch my play date.
Hey, thank you. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to meet with us.
It's good to be with you, Hoda and Al, but time is money, so let's keep it snappy.
Oh, okay. Well, the Boss Baby Family Business. What can you tell us about it?
Well, there's plenty of laughs, a little heart, and a lot of thrilling action. It's a sequel thing. Bigger stunts, higher stakes. Speaking of stakes, could I offer you a Chateaubriand for 2? Huh?
No thanks. Thank you, though.
Anyway, I hear that you have a new boss in the movie. How's that working out for you?
Well, to be clear, Tina's just a boss, but I'm a bigger boss. I've got at least 2 pounds on her, okay?
I don't know. From what we've seen, seems like she can hold her own.
We're all in it together.
Every man for himself.
One is the loneliest number.
The ayes have it.
We the people.
Yeah, and it must be real difficult to have to answer to somebody who's so talented and so young.
Well, it's not like I'm old.
No. It's just that Tina seems to be making bold changes, like story time, free pacifiers for all, even flexible nap times.
Flexible? I mean, look at this. Can you get a toe in your ear?
But you know what? Tina really does seem...
Power nap! Oh, I've only had 4 today. I don't think people understand how difficult it is interacting with all the droolers out there. Half the people wearing ties in corporate should be wearing bibs.
Come on, baby life is sweet.
Let's face it, you don't even have to wipe.
Oh, please. You couldn't crawl a mile in my Egyptian cotton diapers.
Is that a challenge?
Are we going to take that from a baby?
Here's a little of my downsizing formula. Take a swig if you think you can handle it. Well, I gotta take off. I've got a board meeting in 15, and if I'm not on time, there's gonna be a lot of whining and crying and ugh. Good luck. Don't say I didn't warn you.
If you think we can handle it.
Bottoms up. You are
adorable.
So cute.
Ow, don't cry. Oh, I forgot about this part of baby.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprise.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready?
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go. This morning, we are talking with the NASCAR legend.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. earned 26 career victories, including the 2004 and 2014 Daytona 500.
And Dale joins us now live. Dale, I gotta say, this has gotta feel like almost like a time machine for you. And I know you've done this before.
Yeah, I love going around the country and trying to find abandoned racetracks and why they are abandoned, what's their story, and what they meant to those communities when they were thriving. The best part about it for me is really putting boots on the ground and finding evidence of those tracks. And we find some pretty cool stuff in our hunts. And again, like we get to talk to some legends in our sport. We get to talk to a bunch of people in these communities where these tracks existed. And they're everywhere. We have a map that we've all been working on for over a decade of over 2,000 abandoned tracks in the United States that there's still evidence of the actual racing circuit on the property. So those are the ones we're most interested in, not the tracks that are redeveloped or are no longer there. We look for something that we can show you tangible evidence of the surface or the guardrail or something that would let you know that there was a racetrack there. And the stories that come with those tracks are just amazing. Season 2 is a big step up from Season 1. Season 1 was great. We had a lot of great success with that. But we really improved on our production and editing and everything, storytelling, all that was much better for Season 2.
Well, you've certainly seen hundreds of racetracks. Are there any that have, I guess, stuck with you the most?
Well, going to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina in Season 2 was pretty personal because I raced at that track, and they just closed that racetrack for redevelopment at the end of 2020. So that was very fresh for the community. So when we talk to people that spent a lot of time there either watching races or racing at the racetrack, you can tell in their emotions that it's very difficult for them to see the track go. And going to Texas World Speedway. So most of the lost speedways that we find and talk about and showcase on the show are small half-mile dirt racetracks. But as you see, Texas World Speedway is a 2-mile lost speedway. There's no other 2-mile super speedway that exists that's a lost speedway, abandoned, that exists in the United States. So it's a really amazing visual. When we walked up on top of the grandstands and looked out over Texas World Speedway, it almost takes your breath. And then you do a million questions pop into your mind, like how did this place not survive? What happened here? And we uncover that. We really do. We get to the bottom of just how close Texas World Speedway came to making it. We might still be racing there today, if not for just a few circumstances going the other way.
Yeah. So Dale, you've been out of the race game now for 3 years. We're actually actively racing. You're an NBC analyst covering the track. But do you sometimes think, I could get back behind that wheel. I could do this.
Every day. I feel, I'm 46 years old, and there are a lot of guys that are still racing at this age and still competitive, and I still feel like that I have some unfinished business, and there's that little bit in you that always wonders if you walked away too soon or if you retired from driving full time too soon. I'll probably always wonder about that, but I use that excitement for driving. I use the fact that I miss it. I use that in the broadcast. I want to be out there. I think that energy is good for the broadcast. When I see something happening on the track, I get excited about it. I want to be in that battle. I'm thinking about what that driver's dealing with and how much fun he's having. And I think that helps my work in the booth as an analyst. So I don't think I'm pretty much 99% sure that I'll never go back to full-time driving.
Oh, but there's that 1%. You left the door open, Dale.
It's a maybe.
Well,
that's something you want to tell us?
No. I just think that I hang on to that desire to do it. I hang on to it because I think it helps me in the booth. I don't ever want to be in a position in my life where I don't want to be driving a race car.
Yeah.
Even if I'm not driving a car full time, I always want that passion for it to be part of me.
Got it.
I love it.
All right,
We
so
feel your
he's
passion.
We tried.
he's headed to Daytona. It sounds like. All right.
And congrats on the new baby girl, by the way. I guess you don't say new baby.
Oh, thank y'all so much. Everybody's great at home.
Look at those cuties.
Oh, beautiful family. All right, Dale, thanks so much for joining us.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. for traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Okay, ladies, the 4th is coming up. What do you got going on?
Joel's firing up the barbecue, cooking, I don't know what, hot dogs and hamburgers. Ribs. Oh, ribs. You know the kind that you need like a roll of Bounty paper towels because it's all here.
Yes.
It's like that. I want those.
I'm hoping that we're going to keep the kids up for fireworks, and fireworks are happening. I don't know if they're happening this year,
They are
but
gonna
they're
happen.
old enough to stay up. The two oldest.
Except for Hal, the third child, who's too
How
little.
many kids do you have? I have 3. One is going to be sound asleep in his 4th of July pajamas.
Yes, exactly.
Sounds like my ideal night.
Now to our summer safety series, and with 4th of July gatherings just days away, we know barbecues and fire pits will be burning all over the country.
But what you may not know is July also happens to be the peak month for fires breaking out while grilling. And as you're about to see, they can spark at any time.
Okay, but there are some steps that you can take to help keep your family safe. Take a look.
It can happen in an instant.
I thought, oh my God.
When I opened the door of the grill is when the fire ignited.
Their home security camera capturing the dramatic moments as Clint Erickson springs into action.
Trying to get it away from the house was my first thought so that the house didn't catch on fire.
Then grabbing the fire extinguisher.
I am thankful for the fact that Clint acted so swiftly. I know where the fire extinguisher is now. I did not know where it was prior to that. My lack of knowledge could have made this situation a lot worse.
More than 10,000 home fires are attributed to grill accidents each year. Thankfully, Clint escaping only with some singed hairs.
You know, you always think, oh, it's not going to happen to us. It's not going to happen to me. But then it does.
Even happening to Jimmy Kimmel. A gas buildup leading to a 4th of July barbecue accident. Jimmy sharing his story with Ellen last year.
And there was a massive explosion in my face, and I burned my beard off and my eyebrow off. Yeah, that's my arm, and yeah, they say I'm lucky, but it didn't feel like a lucky stroke when it happened. That's for sure.
Man. Acting U.S. Fire Administrator Tanya Hoover on how to stay safe.
If you have an emergency, if you have a fire, the first thing you want to do is call 911. Turn off the gas that is on, close the top, step away from the grill.
She says grill placement is key.
So when you're placing your grill, the safe distance is a minimum of 3 feet all the way around. You do not want flame, heat, catching anything on fire other than what you're cooking.
Clean before every use.
That grease, that food product is on that grill. You can ignite whatever was left there.
And when it's time to light the grill.
With the grill top open, you're gonna make sure that your gas cylinder and the valve are connected securely. You're gonna turn that valve on, and then you can safely ignite your grill.
But how do you know if there's a gas leak?
You could smell gas, you could hear a hissing noise. That's a sign. Turn off the grill, turn off the tank. And give time for the gas that may have expelled that did not ignite to dissipate.
If you're using charcoal, use a metal can with a lid to dispose of the briquettes. And precautions should be made for fire pits as well. Fire pit and outdoor heater accidents send about 5,300 people to the ER every year. Much like grilling, there should be a minimum safety zone of 3 feet. Fully extinguish fires before you leave. And closely watch children when a fire pit is in use.
It really does put things into perspective how quickly a situation can escalate, and that really makes you think and you know that anything can happen. It's unexpected.
We got another huge show for you guys tomorrow. Savannah, guess who's here?
Who?
All right, one of our favorites.
Oh.
The Zac Brown Band.
Oh, they're doing a concert?
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Can't wait for that. We'll see you tomorrow right here on Today. Have a great Tuesday.
Welcome to Today All Day. Over the next 30 minutes, I'll be sharing some of my favorite interviews with you. These conversations include lessons from dads across the country, inspiring stories of hope, and a few laughs along the way as well. So sit tight, get ready for more Today All Day, right now.
I used to fish by a pond like this one when I was a boy in Vietnam.
Minneapolis-based writer and poet Bao Phi was just a 4-month-old baby when his family fled their home country for the United States during the Vietnam War. What did they tell you about that time?
It was chaos. The other side was shelling the airport, trying to kill as many of us as possible as we tried to flee.
Although his parents told him stories of that time, he never fully internalized what it meant to be a survivor of war until it was his turn to become a dad.
We went to see the doctor, and they give you a questionnaire. One of the questions was, have anyone in your family or your family line survived war? It was like a switch that had been flipped, that I was like, yes. In fact, it was me. Being a survivor of war actually had an effect on who I was and could have an effect on my child.
After his child Song was born in 2009, Bao realized that Asian Americans and other immigrant families like his were not being represented in children's books.
I just really wanted something for my kid to connect my kid to their grandparents, my parents, and that's really why I wrote my first children's book.
Bao's first book, A Different Pond, received the Caldecott honor in 2018. Centered on a father-son fishing trip, the book is about hard-working refugee parents scrambling to create a better life for their children. And now you have a new book out. It's called Hello Mandarin Duck. And there are 18 different languages used in the book. What was the thinking there?
Part of it is a love letter to my neighborhood and my community. I remember being a refugee from Vietnam and being among the first, large visible Asian populations to come to Minnesota. Some people were very welcoming and some people very much were not. For me now, raising a child in this environment, I just think that message of kindness and inclusivity is so important for all of our kids. I think that's going to make all of us stronger.
Hello Mandarin Duck tells the story of 2 young children who spot a lost duck on their way to a May Day parade celebration. Along with a diverse group of friends, they help the duck find its way back to the pond. There's this moment in the book where the police arrive and they get a little hairy. Why was it important to include that element?
George Floyd was murdered 3 blocks away from where my child went to preschool and summer school. My child has expressed these fears that their grandmother will be deported for whatever reason. For some of us, authority, for one reason or another, is a scary thing rather than a comfort. I feel somewhat responsible for having some of those moments in my children's books.
As I was reading the book, I thought, this guy is trying to help rear an entire generation of woke kids.
Yes, let's make it normal for kids to stand up against injustice and for what's right. Let's make it normal for kids to envision a better world for all of us.
What are some of the examples of life advice, of wisdom that you share with some of these young men?
It's not how you start, it's how you finish, I think, is the most simple jewel you can give a person.
Keith A. Lewis Jr. and Jermaine Clark didn't know much about running a nonprofit when they first started offering free haircuts to kids in their neighborhood. But pretty soon, the organization they started, I'm a Father First, had taken on a life of its own. How did the organization come to be?
Going through a divorce, at a young age, I went from just being a young man trying to raise 2 kids to Now being a divorced father, having to drive 5 hours to and from to have a connection, that not being there to wake my children up every morning was the most painful thing I can go through. And it made me just have to repeat the affirmation, I'm a father first.
Using their former work experience in branding, the pair created T-shirts with the motto, I'm a father first. Soon after, they teamed up with Atlanta Public Schools to start a program to provide free haircuts and mentoring to local boys, many from fatherless homes.
As I was your typical knucklehead, always getting in trouble until they came to the school and told us that wasn't it, that wasn't the route to go.
Demetrius Marshall is an alumni of the I'm a Father First program. He enlisted in the Army after working with Keith and Jermaine throughout high school.
A specific lesson that I learned was don't take anything that you have for granted because there's always someone less fortunate.
What are some of the examples of life advice, of wisdom that you share with some of these young men?
It's not how you start, it's how you finish, I think, is the most simple jewel you can give a person. So I tell kids, the same young man that can be put out of a school 25 years ago, the same young man that could, get shot twice, which I got shot twice in these city streets, can go back and help.
This past summer, after a group of young men gained a bad reputation for aggressively selling bottled water on the streets of Atlanta, I'm a Father First started an entrepreneur program to teach them business skills, rebranding them with the name The Corner Boys.
Why was it that you felt the need to help start this program for them?
We just saw how they were too aggressive, so we wanted to come in, and I'm good with names, so I came up with, we're gonna call them the Corner Boys. That's gonna make all the kids say, what's that, huh? What's that? And then the branding, we had lime green shirts, so we feed them, we provide the water. I went to prison for selling drugs, and I was no good at it. I talk way too much to do that, I'm a marketer. So the same way Corner Boys meant dope seller back in the day, it now means a kid that works with Keith and Jermaine out here selling some water.
When the pandemic struck, I'm a Father First pivoted to provide free meals to the homes of the boys with whom they'd been working. Partnering with Atlanta Public Schools and corporate sponsors, they started feeding 400 households 5 days a week. They call the program Meals of Love.
Feeding families in Atlanta through your Meals of Love program. How'd that come about?
I call the principals and the superintendent and get permission to service their children. And then I tap in with the parent liaison to make sure we have the right families who they know are on the brink of one bill not being paid, sitting in that house and not having power of food.
This is a true grassroots organization. And it all started with I am a father first. Is that still your mantra?
Yeah, the mantra is we are the village. Father first is gonna stay there, but it's gonna trail off into so many things.
Doing God's work, Keith.
Nothing but him.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it! Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, you got me, Jake Jet Pulse.
Dad?
Professional comic book artist Led Bradshaw's son Jake was just 3.5 years old when he was diagnosed with autism.
What did you know about autism?
I
really didn't know anything. The diagnosis led me to do a lot of research.
Through that research, Led discovered art therapy exercises that he started incorporating into his son's daily routines.
And then one of the projects was envision yourself as a superhero. He started drawing himself as this character, and it was all that he wanted to talk about.
And it would seem as if the apple didn't fall far from the tree, because you were quite the comic book kid too.
And I guess you can see behind me, it's like I never let that go. I knew what I wanted to do ever since I was little. Like, all I wanted to do was draw Saturday morning cartoons.
No, Walking Dead and Night of the Living Dead are two different things.
Led and Jake started nerding out over everything comic related they could get their hands on. And they soon found themselves collaborating on their first original father-son comic book, Jake Jet Pulse.
How did that first Jake Jet Pulse book come to be?
Jake was in the 2nd grade, and it was a parent-teachers conference about his ability to remember like sight words and spelling. The whole idea came about when I asked the teacher, I was like, well, could I have a list of the sight words the kids are learning?
Out of that list, Led began creating flashcards for his son. On them, he drew pictures of a superhero in Jake's likeness, acting out the vocabulary words.
Jake flying, Jake, running real fast. So he learned the words run, jump.
So what kind of color hair would he have?
He would have blue hair.
What's his role now?
He's involved in almost every part of it. Creating the characters, envisioning like the backstory. He sits at my side while I'm putting it all together so I get his stamp of approval.
Like that? There you go.
I should hire you.
So sometimes he'll say, Dad, that's actually not, that's not my vision. We need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, sometimes I like to lend my creative input, but I just give in. There's no point in arguing.
What has this meant for him emotionally, intellectually, being this involved in a project like this?
His vocabulary started to build. He became more confident. It's like being a superhero, he started to emulate the character also. Even though it's a collaborative thing, it's more like a love letter to my son, where I can actually teach him how to be a good human being, to not give up, to work your hardest, to do your best.
In addition to raising awareness about autism through the character of Jake Jet Pulse, Led also created a website to help educate people about autism spectrum disorder and foster a sense of community for parents.
As a parent, I wanted to create something to show people that you're not alone. This does not define who their children will be. There are amazing and exceptional individuals who are on the autism spectrum. I wanted to create something that gives people hope.
A feeling of hope, strength, and confidence that has surely rubbed off on his son, Jake.
Jake, do you have a favorite comic book character?
Yeah, that's me.
Mine too, Jake Jet Pulse. I'm a big fan. Can I ask you about autism?
If you're diagnosed with autism, that's not bad. It's okay. You're still unique and you can do anything.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yeah.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today. They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Which is harder, respiratory therapist or father of 3 under the age of 1?
Option B, sir. Option B.
You got quite the busy house, I would imagine. How are things right now?
Wonderful. Everybody's doing great. And like you said, it's pretty busy.
Busy is an understatement. Adez Suleiman, a respiratory therapist at Chicago's Northwestern Memorial Hospital, found out his wife was pregnant at the end of 2019. The couple was overjoyed because they'd been trying to start a family for the last 5 years.
Take me back. What was that like?
We had a pregnancy that we'd been fighting for forever. So we had anticipated a June baby, but then we found out some complications early periods of January that, we had some severe complications that might jeopardize this pregnancy. So my wife, Jennifer, was admitted in the hospital for observation. Somehow, some way, Jaden showed up, said, "Hey, I'm here." A little too early, a lot too early.
The couple's joy was soon tempered by the fear surrounding the premature birth of their son, Jaden, born at just 23 weeks last February, just weeks before the COVID-19 pandemic began.
You've got a brand new baby who has a number of health complications.
Yes.
And at the same time, you're on the front lines of fighting this virus that we knew very little about at that point.
Right.
How were you just managing the stress of it all?
Work and the family were very, very separated at that time. What I'm dealing with outside of the hospital shouldn't really affect how I'm caring for a patient at a hospital. But yes, it was not going to be easy.
Adez visited his son in the NICU after his own long shifts at the hospital, spent working with patients on life support and putting himself at a very high risk for contracting the virus.
Was I afraid and worried about taking the virus over there? Absolutely. But I still try my best to put every precaution in place, a shower, a change of clothing, and even when I get to the NICU side of things, extra gear just to have some protection to be around him.
So we have a newborn with some health complications.
Yes.
We have the start of a pandemic. And then we find out we're pregnant again.
Yes.
Oh, and by the way, it's twins.
Yes. So that did happen.
The twins, Janelle and Jordan, were born December 16th, 2020, just a few months after their firstborn, Jaden, was released from his extended time in the NICU.
I was elated. This was ecstasy. And this was another set of kids that I have to do everything in my power to just protect, to just cherish.
Which is harder, respiratory therapist or father of 3 under the age of 1?
Option B, sir. Option B. I mean, I've been around here enough to where I can manage myself. But if 2 kids are screaming, I'm confused oftentimes. I'm trying to figure out food, diaper, what is going on? Do you have a stomach ache? You're not talking, you're just screaming. Help me out, child.
The fact that all of this was going on as the pandemic raged, did that make it maybe even sweeter?
For me, yes. Having people not being able to come see their family members in their absolute most critical moments was pretty challenging, and watching people die with no one here for them. So finding out, there's some exciting thing going on, it puts a smile on my face after every shift. Once I leave here, let me go find out about what's going on this end of the spectrum where everything looks, a little challenging, but great. This is another rainbow situation for me.
So this shows if they have stuff back yet. So
when the pandemic hit last spring, Dr. Michael Torre was just 6 months into his career in emergency medicine, working alongside his father, Dr. Paul Torre, at Houston's Memorial Hermann Hospital.
He always kind of seemed interested in, pursuing a career in medicine. I never pushed him. I never pushed any of my kids.
So growing up, he kind of talk medicine here or there, just high school, college. He would say things, how he did this, did that, and we always thought it was cool. When I started doing emergency medicine, and we could really talk very specific about what's going on, what we're doing, and really, connect about it.
But the sweetness of reaching that career goal turned sour as the pandemic surged in the Houston area last summer, filling emergency rooms.
Pandemic came 6 months into his career. There was a lot of fear. Am I going to get this stuff and then wind up in a box, or is it going to happen to my family?
Pretty much almost after every shift, we'll call each other and be like, I did this today.
Oh, yeah.
Just like, I saw this today. What about you? And I think that helps without really explicitly saying, I need help.
The father-son team was put to the test on one of their first shifts working together.
There's certain things we do to resuscitate critical people, and we got to work on someone and help them out and do the critical care procedures that we've been trained to do together at the same time.
He needed something, I just was handing it to him before he asked for it, and vice versa. I needed help doing something, and he was just ready right there.
Medicine in general is teamwork, and when you're in one place for a while, you know how your team works, and this is our first time working together, and it was teamwork, like we've been doing it for years.
But we have.
Dr. Justin Reed, a resident physician at St. Joseph's Medical Center in Mishawaka, Indiana, and a father of 5, had a busy life before the pandemic hit, but it was nothing compared to what his family has endured this past year.
I get home, everything was going directly into the washing machine, and then I was going to shower. My kids are waiting for me when I come home, excited to see me, want to jump on me, tell me about their day, but we weren't allowing it. Acknowledging the psychological strain of the pandemic on his team, Justin's supervisor asked him to write a short essay about how he was coping. At a loss for words, Justin decided to make a drawing instead. It's me outside of a glass window, kneeling down, reaching out my hand to my son. And then in the background, I've got flaming arrows sticking out of me. It just kind of captured the way I was feeling at the time. And I think the way a lot of us were feeling. Tragedy struck the family in December when Justin's father-in-law and grandfather both contracted COVID-19. His father-in-law suffered a COVID-induced stroke from which he is still recovering, and his grandfather fell victim to the disease. The pair said goodbye to each other via iPads from separate hospital beds. Grandpa couldn't speak because he was on oxygen mask, and father-in-law couldn't speak because of the stroke, and so they just cried. And it was a pretty harrowing, touching experience. Explaining it all to his 5 kids has been the hardest part of it all. There's been hard moments, but overall they just were willing to go with it, and they wore their masks. And even my 5-year-old, when we go out and see somebody not wearing a mask or not wearing it properly, we'll point it out and say, doesn't that guy know he could catch COVID? With vaccines rolling out across the country and hospitalization rates declining, Justin is planning on making a new drawing to express the hope he's feeling now. But this time, walking through that door and picking up and holding my son with my mask in my hand instead of on my face, and with a sticker that says I got vaccinated. That's the feeling that I have now, and grateful to be on this side of it.
Ready actors. An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll. Action! Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Keep going, keep going. Block the shot. Years ago, I used to say, forget about the ponytail and look at them as wrestlers, because there's going to be a point where the ponytail is not going to matter. And we're at that point. Team Alpha is an all-girls wrestling club, started 5 seasons ago. We started out with approximately 9 girls, since have grown to over 50. An alpha wolf doesn't necessarily have to be an alpha male, right? Female wolf can be the alpha, the leader of the pack. You know, we're not quite leaders just yet on the national scene, but we're getting there.
Participation in girls wrestling has seen a 500% increase since 2001 and is currently sanctioned as a high school sport in 21 states. Team Alpha's home state of New York isn't yet one of these, so girls either wrestle on the boys' team or compete in clubs outside of school.
I have 2 daughters, Kendall, who is 13. She's been wrestling just over 3 years, and McKenna, who is 10, and she's been wrestling a little over 5, and she was probably around 2 or 3. And my wife and I noticed that the only time she ever sat still was when she was either watching wrestling on TV with me or at tournaments.
After watching one of those wrestling tournaments as a 4-year-old, McKenna told her dad something that would change everything.
And I was like, Dad, I want to start wrestling. And then I started wrestling on the boys' team at first, and then Dad made a girls' team.
What do you like about wrestling?
Since I'm wrestling, I feel like I'm tougher.
When you were wrestling with the boys, did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it's fun. When you wrestle them, it's not that intense as it is wrestling a girl.
Why is that?
Because boys aren't that tough. I'd probably do better if I wrestled boys, but I kind of like wrestling girls better because girls don't sweat as much as the boys do when we're wrestling.
As a boy, I'll pretend not to be offended.
Okay.
The girls of Team Alpha range in age from kindergarten to 12th grade, but they all see themselves as part of the same movement.
I feel like it's like partially like a women's rights movement in a way, because we're trying to get like a male dominant sport to also be like our sport.
I've had coaches say girls shouldn't be wrestling, like just, you know, we all hear it, but I kind of block it out or just take it as like motivation to just push myself.
Some of the kids in my class, I'm like, call me a tomboy, but I'd rather be a tomboy than a girly girl, so I like it better than that.
I know it's 2020, but you know that there are still some people who think girls shouldn't be wrestling.
Yeah.
It's not a sport for girls. What would you say to them?
I would say girls can do anything boys can.
We just brush it off until they sanction girls wrestling here in New York, then we'll do what we got to do to get the girls on the mat that want to be on the mat.
Coach Ken started wrestling in 3rd grade, encouraged by his dad, a former high school wrestler who would work double shifts to support their family. Long days on the job prevented him from attending Ken's wrestling matches.
You know, I ran around most of my teens, you know, mad, angry. Why doesn't my dad get to come to all my stuff like some of the other kids? When I started coaching my kids and when they started to get older, I swore I'd never miss anything. So that's what I base everything around. I have to be there.
12, 13, 14.
Ready?
When I'm on the mat and I hear my dad on the side, I know that he loves me and he wants to get me like more into the sport. It's the best feeling a kid could ever have.
He says, be a leader, not a follower. I always listen to that.
The first step's always the hardest in this sport. Once you take that first step, at the very least, you're gonna learn a work ethic that sticks with you forever. There's nothing wrong with being tough. You know, there's nothing wrong with being gritty. That's what gets it done on the mat. That's what gets it done in life.
Before the girls came along, is this where you thought you'd be?
Never.
It's pretty cool though.
It's awesome. You know, I got 2 blood daughters and 50 more in the club.
Alpha!
We are
Alpha!
4, 5, 6.
Family!
Hey, Today All Day, we've got a great show for you on this Tuesday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. Plus, Dylan is cooking with Cal, and it's a sweet episode you don't want to miss. But let's kick it off with Pop Start. The 4th of July is just around the corner, which means the official Today Show barbecue bracket. Carson has all the delicious details. Take a look.
Best time of the day right now.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
I got a couple good
What do you
things.
think about Gabby real quick?
Love her. Star.
Yeah.
Superstar. Ridiculous.
We can't get over
The wattage just jumps off the screen. It's just like, oh my gosh, amazing human being.
Yes.
First up, Spotify and Popstart today. The music streaming service is giving us a little inside look as to what they're predicting might become this year's most played songs of summer. Think like your Summer Jam 2021. Let's kick off with the new one from Ed Sheeran. He's got a new song called Bad Habits. Single dropped on Friday. You may not be familiar with it yet. Total change of pace for Ed, who of course is a Grammy winner.
Dental change of pace.
It's got a dance pop track. It's Ed's first official release since 2019. That album he put out, number 6 collaborations project. And of course, it's already a hit. So that's up there. Again, according to Spotify. Also, BTS's latest single, it's called Butter. Familiar with this one, guys? No surprise there. The K-pop superstars dropped this track last month. It's already been streamed on Spotify nearly 300 million times. Not to mention, it peaked at number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart. All right, here's another one. I'm not so sure. Al and I just listened to this one. Kelsey Ballerini, who I love, enters the list for collaboration with the band Laney. This song is called I Quit Drinking. The country music star and pop band performed it together at the CMTs earlier this month. The song is climbing the hot country music charts. Not so sure it has the tempo to qualify as sort of Summer Jam 2021.
I want a dance thing.
But a good song nonetheless.
Yeah.
How about a little Olivia Rodrigo? What an incredible rise to fame this has been. She's crashing onto the music scene with that Driver's License hit. The Disney star released her debut album Sour at number 1. This is the track Good For You, the hot song for the summer. Perhaps. This is definitely the hot one off the record. Already been streamed over 400 million times. 400 million times on Spotify. One more, we'll wrap this one up here. We've got Spotify predicting Dua Lipa's Levitating is here to stay. We all agree about this one. This is off the 2020 record, Future Nostalgia. Dua Lipa dropped one hit after another. Don't Start Now, Physical, all hits off that record, but it looks like the collaboration with the remix to this one was done with DaBaby. That Levitating remix, I think, right there, so far, Song of Summer. But how do you not have a little small honorable mention? Peaches from Justin Bieber. Sweetie's a big track right now. Doja Cat. There's some summer. What'd you say?
Despacito?
No.
So that was Song of 3 Summers ago.
That was so long ago.
Carson, DJ Khaled's new album.
DJ Khaled.
Heaters on that.
That is
great.
That's awesome.
Heaters.
All right, hold on. Here we go. We're back now. We got our ultimate summer showdown. I've been waiting for a long time for this with 4th of July just around the corner. That's right. We're kicking off the official Today Show barbecue bracket. Let's get after it. It is time to decide which dish on the old picnic table reigns supreme. Let's take a look at the matchups. We'll start out in the Northwest. You've got your classic hamburger, Al, going against grilled chicken. Boy, this is a tough one.
Oh, come on. And that's a chicken breast.
Maybe your cholesterol number is going to dictate which way you fall in that bracket. That's going to be a hard one. We got veggies taking on coleslaw. So long, coleslaw. Then down south, we got the matchup. This is tough, man. Sausages versus pork chop. Now, if the pork chop was the one my mom made me in the 70s that was cooked 180 degrees, it was gray, it had onions on it, it wouldn't have a chance. But if it's the new gastropub with the FDA lowered the temperature to 135, 140.
But they don't know how to cook it.
New pork chop is good.
Yes,
for sure.
New pork chop.
But not a lot of people know about new pork.
Not a lot of people. You go to a steakhouse, order a pork chop these days.
Oh, no, they're good. They're good.
I'm talking thick cut. Yeah, pull off at 135. Let the temp raise. Sausage may go down on that. We're going to have to check and see how that bracket
is hot dog in sausage, or is hot dog its own category?
Hot dog is coming up in another bracket.
Corn, pasta salad?
Corn goes up against pasta salad.
Corn.
All right. Across the board, the simple yet. Here's your classic hot dog taking on barbecue rib.
That's
a tough one. There is a tougher one still coming up in the bracket.
That's not fair.
What do you like in that one?
Oh,
ribs.
Ribs.
You gotta go ribs.
Hot dog.
Steak. How about classic steaks? Got to compete with the meal on a stick, the kebab.
No, steak.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, sorry. Try to make
kebab is when you don't care.
Finally, how about this one in the messy meal category? Pulled pork versus chicken wings.
Pulled pork. Come on. Pulled pork.
What sort of human has to make that decision?
This last
That's
one.
like Duke, North Carolina, June Madness. That's crazy. Anybody can take that one.
Pulled pork. Pulled pork.
I mean, listen, we all eat chicken wings probably more than we need to. How often do you really eat pulled pork? It's so delicious.
That's right. It's worth the effort. It's worth the effort.
I'm exhausted.
Side dishes.
The side dish.
Between the pork chop and the pulled pork, those could be some surprises.
I know this one.
Sorry, guys.
This one's tough.
Or potato salad. This
That's
is the
tough.
who cares category.
No, are you crazy?
Who cares?
Neither.
No, come on.
I'll take a little spoonful of baked beans. I'll pretend like I eat it, but I don't want to. No.
Agreed.
A good potato salad. I love that. Deborah Roberts makes a terrific.
Could be an argument for new potato salad like pork chop. People make potato salad. I don't like the classic potato salad that you buy in the. But there's kind of new style potato salad.
A little mustardy.
Little mustardy.
Yes.
Less mayo-y.
Taste is where it's at.
A little vinegary.
Yes.
Skin on potato-y.
Yes. Yes. A little lighter.
If you want to get on the action, head over to today.com/food to vote for your top picks.
Potato salad and pork chop.
Yeah, something to think about,
You
guys.
didn't even do 4th of July desserts.
We're not
Like
there yet.
brownie versus ice
listen,
cream
we're on
sundae.
every day.
Okay, okay, all right.
Like the Today Show, we need real estate on air to break down the brackets. Desserts coming.
My favorite Carson is the
Bracket
That's right.
Carson.
Up next on Today Talks, Dylan finds out the way to Cal's heart is with whipped cream and a sweet cooking with Cal. Stay with us.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. Today in the third hour, Dylan cooks with her son, Cal. This time they're serving up some nostalgia with a dessert straight from her summers on the Jersey Shore. Take a look.
It is time for Cooking with Cal, and my little chef and I are making a sweet treat straight from my summers growing up on the Jersey Shore.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Waffles and ice cream.
With strawberry sauce?
Yeah.
Yes! This is one of my favorite desserts. Most everyone has never heard of it before, but waffles and ice cream was a Jersey Shore favorite. So now that I have a waffle maker, we're gonna make it at home. First things first, you wanna make the waffles. So just pick your favorite waffle mix. You can even use frozen waffles if you want to. We're just going to whip up the waffles that we always make, right? Cool. So we've already got the mix in here. Let's add some oil. I like to add some vanilla, even though the recipe doesn't call for it. Egg.
Crack.
Do you want to crack it? Good crack. Nice, buddy. You are getting so good at this. All right, let's pour some milk in here.
Oh, baby.
Your whisk, sir. Waffle mix.
Ooh, that looks yummy.
It does, right?
I'm gonna mess them up.
Yes, you are.
Excuse me, Mama.
So if we mash these all together.
Don't do all of them.
With the vanilla and the sugar.
Don't do all of them.
And you keep mashing. Yell at the juice. Get the juice out of there. You keep mashing, and I'm gonna put the waffles on, okay? Get those cooking. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Should we get the ice cream out?
I got it, Mom.
Waffles are ready.
All right.
You want to try? Scoop right here.
Is that right now?
Wait, one more thing. Ready? All right, this is gonna take a while. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Yum. Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Hoda is back and sits down with the women of Team USA Gymnastics.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back today on Hoda and Jenna. A few women in Britney Spears' life are speaking out after her dramatic court statement last week, including little sis Jamie Lynn. Take a look. You had the best time of your life. The best time.
Wait. If you were not ready for the Olympics, after going to St. Louis, just that feeling. I mean, first of all, Jenna, it was a sellout crowd. 21,000 people packed it with like homemade signs. I love you, Simone. We're in something like Simone's World and we all live in it. You know, all those kinds of signs. Little girls with pigtails and dressed up, and it was packed. And they were doing the wave. And there was something about that night. Like, it was very emotional because you knew two of the girls were chosen, Simone and Suni, just based on their scores and previous stuff. The others were chosen subjectively. So literally, after the meet's over, the lights go down and everybody waits. They wait, because you don't know who's on the team. It's not like, oh, we know the team, let's announce them. It's like, who's on the team?
Waiting to find out who's on it?
Yes.
So were you sitting there just
Yes, I was binging. There was a bucket of snacks that was meant for the NBC broadcast team, and they looked back, and there were all kinds of papers and shreds. They were like, what happened to the snack bag? Because there was a time where you can't watch them because we love them so much. It's almost like you turn away for a second. But when they announced them, there was a girl named Michaela who made the team, 24 years old,
She's actually older than Simone.
She's older than Simone. She had COVID, she had pneumonia. She didn't think she was going to be able to do it. She did it. Anyway, It was super, super fun. I can't wait to introduce you
I
to them.
cannot wait to meet them.
Oh my God, my stomach. It was like, anyway, we're going to be their support staff. Look at them.
Made me so excited. I texted you for the Olympics.
Yes, you're like, we're ready.
I mean, you.
Yes.
Watching you watch them was some fun.
Anyway, we're going to have some fun. Binge eating, it's not good. Don't watch it alone. You have to have friends and snacks.
Oh, we can't wait to watch. So, okay, a couple women close to Britney Spears are speaking out after her emotional testimony last week.
Yeah, you guys know the story. I mean, she's been under this conservatorship, which is under her dad's control for years now, 13 years. And now she's 39 years old, going on 40. And she's basically saying, give me my life back. I want to make my own decisions.
And I think people have thought a lot about her sister, you know, because there's two of them.
Yeah.
Sisters, I think she has a brother too, but sisters are super, super important and close, and both of us adore ours. So her little sister, Jamie Lynn Spears, posted an emotional video. She broke her silence. Take a listen.
I don't care if she wants to run away to a rainforest and have a zillion babies in the middle of nowhere, or if she wants to come back and dominate the world the way she has so many times before. I am only her sister who is only concerned about her happiness. I've made a very conscious choice in my life to only participate in her life as her sister, as an aunt to those boys. Maybe I didn't support her the way the public would like me to, with a hashtag on a public platform, but I can assure you that I've supported my sister long before there was a hashtag, and I'll support her long after.
By the way, that was so poignant right there. People always wonder, like, why haven't they spoken out? Well, Jamie Lynn happens to have her sister's phone number.
Yeah.
Like it's like, it would be like if something happened to Barbara and you weren't all over social media saying a hashtag. Of course not.
Well, what's interesting about it is that I think everybody thinks everything lives publicly.
Right.
Like everybody thinks that everything's on TikTok or Instagram or, you know, a press release, but what happens in our lives are in the minutes in between.
Yes.
You know, so of course she sees her sister as that little girl that she looked up to.
Yeah.
As her sister.
Yes.
Not as somebody that we all see, which is this incredible pop icon. You know, it's different.
And I do think it's funny how people say, well, why haven't you supported her? It's like, oh, well, I do support her. You don't see it. Christina Aguilera did post something publicly, and those two came up together. They were in the Mickey Mouse Club together. They have similar trajectories. And this is what Christina wrote.
Yeah, Christina wrote in part, it is unacceptable that any woman or human wanting to be in control of their own destiny might not be allowed to live life as they wish.
Yeah.
She added, to a woman who has worked under conditions and pressure unimaginable to most, I promise you, she deserves all the freedom possible to live her happiest life.
Christina wrote a beautiful, I mean, her post, if you read them all, we read them. It's so poignant and so on point. And Britney has so many supporters who are out there, and you just hope, I know there's a court date coming mid-July, and you just hope that everything works out the way she hopes it will.
I know you like reading those, you know? I mean, I know we just said everything happens privately. I'm sure Christina's reached out to her too, but it feels good to read those women supporting women.
Yeah, speaking of a real cool woman, you guys, we're gonna introduce you to this woman. She's 70 years old. Her name is Gwen Goldman. Now, here's the story. So when she was 10 years old, she loved the Yankees so much that she actually wrote a letter, typed a letter in 1961, and she said, I dream of being a bat girl for the team, collecting the bats, being around the players.
And okay, so she wrote that, and then she received a letter back from then the general manager, which said in part, I'm sure you can understand that in a game dominated by men, a young lady such as yourself would feel out of place in a dugout.
I mean, and she got like this formal letter back from the Yankees. A young girl like yourself would feel out of place in the dugout. Okay, so despite that rejection, Gwen hung on to that letter. She had it hanging in her living room just to say, to show her love for the Yankees and to hold on to a dream.
Okay, so fast forward to now. To 2021, Gwen's daughter Abby sent that letter to the current Yankee GM, Brian Cashman, okay? And he quickly sent a new letter promising to bring her childhood dream to life and serve as an honorary Batgirl at last night's game against the Angels.
Look at Gwen. Look at Gwen. Oh, my God. Okay, so she got to hang out in the dugout, the men's world. She threw out the opening pitch, the ceremonial first pitch.
She met some of the players.
She met the umps, and this is what she had to say about her incredible experience yesterday.
Doing the catch. Amazing, a dream come true of 60 years. Here in Yankee Stadium, in the dugout, I had Garrett pinch me to make sure that, you know, I'm really not dreaming.
Oh.
Look at that pitch. Just look, she had a good first pitch in.
And
Way
I
to
just
go,
love
Gwen.
that, like, she, I think so many of us remember those 10-year-old dreams. And some of them were like, well, that's never going to happen. But she kept hers alive.
Yeah, she kept saying that 10-year-old, she's still in me. She's still inside. I mean, what a beautiful, beautiful moment. All right, Gwen, we love you.
We love you. Okay, we have a special edition of Tuesday this morning. It's 100% viewer choice.
So y'all picked all 6. You picked all 6 options. You sent us links on Twitter and Facebook. So here they are. Let's take a look.
Okay, Hoda's options.
Yeah.
Ready?
Okay, what do we have?
First up.
Yeah.
A navy and white striped dress. This is from Carrie in Elmhurst, Illinois.
Wow, thank you. I love that one.
Do you like that look?
I love it.
Oh, I like this. Okay, this is from Julie in California. She suggested this marigold jumpsuit.
Ooh, I think that's real cute.
That'd be really pretty on you. That's your
Cute.
neckline.
That's our
okay,
neckline.
And finally, a viewer named Diane suggested this blue swirl pattern dress.
Ooh, that's so pretty. It looks like Donna. Donna
It
Rama.
does, right?
All right, let's go to Jenna's. Okay, Jenna's, those are my 3 picks, so take a look and pick whatever you like.
I know what I'm voting for.
Okay, now we've got Jenna's looks. First up, this black dress has got green and white trim. That's from Carol in Maine.
Cute.
Super cute. Next up, you got a fun tropical print. This kind of looks like you. This is from Claudette Haney. Claudette loves that choice. And then here comes Debbie from Boynton Beach. It's a jumpsuit. It's comfy looking.
It looks very
cozy.
comfortable.
I think that's super cute.
That looks so cute. Okay, so all you have to do to vote is to head to our Hoda and Jen
I know which one I'm
Instagram.
picking for you. I'm not
Which
going to
one?
tell you, but I know which one.
I know which one I'm picking for you. Okay, so head to our Instagram, leave your comment and then we'll tune in tomorrow to see if you chose our winning outfit.
I love that.
Who knows? And make sure your comments are nice-ish.
It's okay. Time for Unscripted.
Oh, first of all, we're a little cold.
I know, ketchup and mustard.
We just have to be honest. Ketchup and mustard.
Well, here's the thing about our upstairs studio. We're here because they're taping something downstairs.
Yes.
One part of the studio is ice cold and one part of the studio is burning hot.
We call that part the armpit of the
which
studio.
we like sometimes.
Yes.
It's like a rainforest.
But anyway, today we feel like we're in Antarctica. You had the best morning this morning on the plaza. I love this.
Okay, so many people had to postpone really great events in their lives. And there's a wonderful couple named Helen and Emery Westcott. They're from Des Moines. They were married 50 years, and they were planning a huge celebration, and then the pandemic hit, and then they couldn't do it. So we had a party for them where they renewed their vows, 51 years. They were so lovely and so sweet that they just radiate goodness. And I was asking them about 51 years is so amazing. And they said it takes patience and also communication and also not taking the other person for granted. And I think the greatest surprise was that their kids, the son they have not seen since 2019, they were all there to surprise them, to be their bridesmaids and their groomsmen.
Did you see the tears when their kids ran out?
Yes.
It was like that was the best thing ever.
They were so sweet.
And it's funny because it's like those things when you just say them, patience and communication, and
they sound like
not taking somebody, but it's like kind of hard.
But they really do it. They really do it. And I was looking at their kids and I said, boy, I bet the bar is high.
Yes.
Isn't it? Once you watch that kind of love in action and then you're trying to find someone, you're like,
not easy.
You're not my dad. You don't have all that stuff.
But also, I feel like your next job could be marrying people in Vegas.
I hope mine.
You could be like an Elvis wedding in person.
All right, we have to remind everybody.
Oh yeah, don't forget. Guess
We're
what?
on TikTok.
We are on TikTok, and we've been gathering some advice from some of the coolest creators. So here's a little bit from Remy Bader, who went viral for her realistic fashion hauls. Take a look.
I am so happy that you have decided to take a big step and start on TikTok. For me, when I'm scrolling on TikTok, I am looking to laugh. Maybe sometimes cry, but most of the time to laugh. People need more of that these days, so I think it's really important.
Okay. I think we edited some other stuff out. Did we, or did she edit her own? Okay. Well, I'm sure it was awesome.
No,
we
all
love
of
you,
the advice
Remy.
was good, Remy, and we're going to do it. Okay, so be sure to follow us at Hoda and Jenna on TikTok.
How fun.
Today Talks continues after the break with our exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
Yeah, we do have some exclusive content. You know what? I'm so proud of myself. I learned how to do Insta stories.
That's what we've been doing. It's kind of
Wait, do you want to see ours?
Yeah, show.
Okay, look. There's one here. Can you see it? Can you zoom in? Here, over here? Okay, wait.
Zoom in.
This is called Got Your Nose. They literally take your nose off. Wait, look. I tapped it. They take it. Look. There's Jenna's. Weird. I put the one on the bottom, and that was mine.
You were going to put it on your nose.
Isn't that weird? Anyway, it's so strange how all this stuff can be so, like, addictive. Why?
Did you find yourself just, like, trying to explore all of it?
Well, because then you're like, what does that do? What does that do?
Does it take you back to the times when you were playing Candy Crush, like an addict?
By the way, if we're doing full confessions, I have to
Still
say,
play Candy Crush?
I was so exhausted. You know when you're so tired, you could go to sleep and then you go past it?
Yeah.
And then you're delirious. You're like, if I would have just closed my eyes in that window, I could have fallen asleep. But instead, I pushed it just a little, and now I can't sleep. So last night, I had that a little bit because I did have a good crash. Then I woke up. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go to bed. And I was like, just one quick, ultra hard Candy Crush. And then pretty soon, you find yourself sucked into the vortex.
Oh, no. So last night, you were Candy Crushing before sleep?
I was crushing. Never. And I promised I would never do that.
For some reason, I can imagine you just Candy Crushing, just going after it.
Do you have something like that you do?
Mine is so nerdy.
What?
It's reading books. Except if I'm alone, and maybe you were alone, and Henry doesn't happen to be there.
Yeah, what do you do?
I like find a trashy television show that I've sworn off, and then all of a sudden I'm like 5 episodes deep, and I'm like,
wait,
why?
you know what's a good one?
What?
Which I just watched, and it's kind of funny, but it's a little yucky. It's called Lovesick. It's called Lovesick. It's on Netflix. It's about a guy who finds out he has a sexually transmitted disease, which is a terrible beginning. It's a terrible beginning. Wait, but just pause. So it's yucky that way. But then he has to go revisit all of his old girlfriends, and call them. But each episode is a vignette about his moment with the girlfriend.
Real show? Real?
No, it's like
it's
it's a comedy. No, it's a comedy.
Oh.
It's a comedy. So he has to call them, and then you get to each week each show is
like
a vignette
kind of
about
comedy.
Yeah, and you're laughing, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's really funny. It's got some of that Britishy humor, but it's called Lovesick. And it's funny because that's the beginning, and it's yucky when you first see it. But the rest of it's good.
I'm into it. I've been watching Hacks. I told you that.
Oh, yes, you love that.
It's really good. I'm into it. I can't even tell you why I like it so much.
Why do you like it?
I can't even tell you why.
I forgot. What's it about?
It's with that incredible actress,
you can't remember.
Jean Smart.
Oh, Jean Smart!
I want to see that.
Yes.
Who was also in Mare of Easttown,
yes.
which I would add to your list as well. It's funny, and it's like a female friendshipy, and there's a mentor, and it's like
cool.
It's cool.
She's having a moment, Jean Smart.
She is.
Everyone's talking about her.
I loved this show. But anyway, Lovesick, I think I'll try it out.
Try it once. But I think you'll find that after you get over the yucky beginning part, you're like,
how old is the man with the STD? Just wondering. I'm just like wanting to.
Well, he's got 2 roommates. I think he's in his 20s.
So he's young enough.
He's young.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not like
parenting and then finds that out. Okay, that's good. I'm glad. Young makes me feel better about it. No, but it does make me feel better that he's young. I can't tell you exactly why, but it does.
Well, that's it. That was fun. We're sorry. We hope you keep watching Today All Day.
Yeah, keep watching. Thank you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
You are currently in Budapest. As I understand, you're shooting a film with Cate Blanchett, Jamie Lee Curtis. What's it been like working with those two?
It's been amazing, man. You know, we got an amazing cast. We're shooting Borderlands, which is an IP has an amazing following of millions on millions. Director Eli Roth, Lionsgate's the studio behind it. You know, Cate Blanchett, Jamie Lee Curtis, myself, Jack Black. I mean, God, we got so many more. It's truly one of these situations where you stumble into an opportunity that could progress into being super, super big. You know, this is something that could easily go into part 2, 3, and beyond because of the world that we're playing in and the creativity within the space. So it's dope. It's something that's once again gonna throw my audience for a curveball. I'm excited. Action on action. I'm responsible for the action in the movie.
What's the premise?
It's a game. You know, it's based off of a video game. So it's about the travel within planets and a search to find an individual that possesses the powers of being the quote unquote special one, you know? And in finding this particular individual, you can use their powers that they have to open up what's considered to be this magical thing called the vault, which so many people have been trying to get into for years. But to do it, you know, you have to have the keys to go and get it done. And it's about searching for those keys, searching for the individual. And that's the story in a nutshell. But a band of misfits are kind of put together by accident. And when they're put together, they don't want to leave each other's side and end up fighting against the quote unquote bad people that live in between these planets. So it's like sci-fi, but it's really good. It's grounded within that space as well. Think Fifth Element. Think along those lines. Yeah.
You continue to stretch your legs. I mean, let's talk fatherhood for a moment. Here's a film where I think a lot of folks are going to watch this, and they're going to say, oh, that's not the Kevin Hart I know. Like, we're used to Kevin Hart making us laugh, and not to give away too much, this is Kevin Hart in a completely different light. How hard was it to make the turn?
You know, it wasn't hard at all. I think there's no mystery from me to myself about what I'm capable of doing, especially in the space of acting. I know that I have range. I know that you know, I got a lot of diversity. So it's all about the projects. You know, when the right projects come along, if it's time for you to make those transitions, then of course you take it and you do it. The upside was when I felt was the right time for me to step into the direction of dramedy, and I had great company in doing so. And after that, it was like, okay, that was good. I need to find something on this level or better. And the next project that was brought up was fatherhood. Marty Bowen had a script, brought it to me and my company at Heartbeat. And, you know, we were blown away from day one at Matt Logan's story. And when I found out that it was true, that's when it was like, okay, this could be it, because you're not only doing a project that's good on paper, you're doing a project that you would have to be good at and stay true to because it's real. That was enough for me. You know, when I got his reason, Matt was like, this is an opportunity to not only share my story, but bring light to a thing that happens that people don't really know happens often. And, you know, his journey from pain to happiness is one like no other. So my respect level went through the roof, and my appetite for a meaningful piece of material went through the roof as well. So everything lined up, man. Paul Weitz, great director, met with him. And then the Obamas came in as producing partners as well. I mean, all of the boxes were checked that said go.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Your buddy B.O., as you call him.
Yo, B.O.
What was it like working with B.O. on a project like this? Would he call and give some tips, some feedback? Would he say, hey, Kev, I think maybe we should do this and not this?
You know, the thing about having good producing partners is producing partners knowing their roles and, you know, where their value is, right? And the value and promise in having the Obamas and their company as producing partners is them understanding a good IP, a good piece of content with strong substance and great meaning that could do nothing but spread a positive, needed message in today's time and in our culture, right? You know, you're talking about a black man on the big screen playing the role of a father in a positive light. I don't think I need to say it, but it's not something you see often, right? You don't see it in a positive light often. We're crackheads, we're in jail, out of jail, we're missing, we're a discovery at the tail end of a life. It's never truly a story that's like from beginning to end, one that you follow and one that's uplifting. So in this case, I felt that there was a need and real want behind the message that was being delivered. And, you know, without putting a stamp on the race card, it's visual of this being an opportunity to change the narrative that I feel desperately needs to be changed. So the Obamas got that. And he said, this is a great opportunity to uplift Black fathers and Black men and, you know, give a nod to those that are embracing fatherhood and maybe a little nudge to those that aren't correctly, you know? So we were lucky to have him to be a part of it. Once again, everything kind of lined up and all the right boxes were checked.
Amen to that, Kevin Hart. Amen to that. How did you figure out how to cry on cue for the film?
I mean, you're pulling on emotional strings. You know, it's a heavy story. It's a heavy story. When I first read the script, honestly, I teared up in the first 30 pages. You know, when what happens, it got to me because it's like, damn, you know, this is the happiest day of you and your wife's life, and you know, 9 months have been spent looking forward to this particular day, and on this day to have something tarnish that or be taken, it's that's tough. That's tough to process. That's tough to register. And those that have had that happen to them, my prayers and condolences go out to them, because I couldn't imagine. I really couldn't imagine. So it was putting myself as deep into that as I possibly could to help me get the emotional response that I did. And, you know, it also helps when you have an amazing cast around you. You know, I mean, I'm with Alfre Woodard, and it's, I mean, you're talking about the cream of the crop, the best of the best. So, you know, those emotions come out more when you see other people putting those emotions on display at the thought of. So your game is raised by your surroundings.
And you obviously are a father of 4 yourself. How did you draw on your own experiences with fatherhood for the role?
That was my cheat sheet. You know, a lot of the stuff that I was doing, I had already experienced, right? So it wasn't like I was playing in a heavy false pretense for some of the stuff. Like I have 4 kids and I'm on all different ages across the board. So, you know, being able to be hands-on, being able to be a part, I know where the nervousness comes from. I know where the confidence comes from. I know where the fear comes from. I've been there, you know, I've truly lived in it. I had to find comfort in discomfort at one point in being a father. And I think so many other fathers do as well. It's just about acknowledging that, understanding that, and being true to that. And I was able to do that. I was able to take that ammunition that I had and apply it to this particular movie. And it worked, you know. I think it really worked in my favor, and it shows on the big screen.
What's been the hardest part of being a dad? What do you struggle with the most?
Hardest part of being a dad is the feeling of, am I doing a good enough job? Well, you know, it's not a struggle. I think that's the wrong word. It's a thought that's always in the back of your head. Okay. Because as your kids get older, the real world is magnified, right? And you can protect all you want. You can pamper or do your best to do and take care of. But ultimately, you know, that kid has to go out into the real world and experience life on their own. So with that thought in the back of your head, it's one of, did I do a good enough job to prepare? Are they ready? Are they capable? Are they going to get eaten alive and spit back out into reality? It's like these are the things that you have tug of war with, right? So, my daughter's 16, my son's 13, about to be 14. My youngest son is 3, my daughter's 8 months. So, you know, once again, I'm very much spread out, but still, I got a 16-year-old, right? 18 is right around the corner. Am I doing a good job as a father? Am I present? Am I honest? Am I open? We're close. Are we close? Like, it's something. And I think that's what keeps you, it keeps you on your toes. It keeps you on your feet, and it keeps you in a position to always push and want for more. And that's within a relationship.
Ready, actors. An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll. Action! Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
You've been in the game a long time as a dad, as you pointed out there. You had a child during a pandemic. How was that?
Little PD, little pandemic, baby. Look, it's amazing. You know, I mean, being privileged to bring a child into this world, that's a blessing within itself. You know, it's unfortunate that the times were what they were, but a blessing is a blessing. And I'm not going to take it as anything other than that. My little princess, you know, we got a new boss of the household. And I love that there's always a changing of the guard. Everybody's had an opportunity to wear that hat, that boss hat. And right now, Ori has it. Got me wrapped around a little finger. Starting all over, you know. Once you thought you were closing, they were getting out the house, and then I went in and put 2 more in there, and I'm right back at the starting line. So it is what it is, man. I love it. I enjoy it. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
How have you changed as a dad? I mean, when you started, you were much younger.
Yeah. 41, about to be 42. You grow.
Yeah.
I mean that's the great thing about life, right? You grow as you go. So I'm very much happy into the man that I've become. The man who I was, I'm very much happy that I was that man, that I did the things that I did and got to experience a lot of the things that I experienced, because without those moments and without those things, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be in the position I am now to be poised, polished, you know, mature, just a true adult. And I'm not done adulting. I'm not done growing. You know, you don't get there. The wise are the old, and I truly believe that. You know, there's nothing more refreshing than a conversation with somebody of older age, because there's so much information that comes from that person because of how much they've lived. And what you find is that the information is key to the next wave's success. But sometimes this next wave is a little too stubborn, too cocky, too bullheaded to receive it. At the older age that I am now, I've been in a position to receive a lot of those gems, and I think it truly is the beauty of life to watch time go, but to watch people grow. It's dope as hell to me.
You're a father of 4. It would seem to me, at least, not a stretch to be a father of 5, maybe 6. Have you given thought to doing it again?
Oof. It's been a discussion, you know. I just told you this my baby Ori, you know, Ori's a blessing. I don't turn down a blessing. Now, am I planning for a number 5? No, I'm not. If a number 5 were to happen, then oh joy. Okay. Oh joy. But right now, I think 4 is a good number. We're in a good place, man. Got some dogs, got some kids. We're fine. 5, you know, we don't need to push for 5. Not right now. I think we're in a good space.
Yeah.
So, you know, we'll see. But I don't run anything. I don't know why I'm talking like I can make these decisions. If my wife decides she wants another baby, I gotta have another baby. Yeah, there is no pushback for me, man. None.
There was the accident a while back, and you suffered a pretty serious back injury. I caught some video online recently. You seem to be back 100%. Saw some video of Kevin Hart in the gym, and it looks like you're training for something.
Yeah, I'm definitely 100% back to myself. Currently in the best shape that I've ever been in. I mean, I got in crazy shape for Borderlands because, once again, rolling is the action. I'm all stunts. I'm all my own. You know,
you're doing it all yourself.
I'm doing a lot of that stuff myself. I got a great team. 2 great stunt guys, man. Two great stunt guys that have been with me for quite some time. And you know what we do is we put me in positions to do as much of it as I possibly can. You know, when it gets to be something crazy, my guys step in, but I love to be extremely hands-on and get in there. And I did a lot of training for this movie. So I got down to about, I'll say maybe 10.5, 11% body fat.
Wow.
And, you know, all muscle, but I've never looked like this. I've never been in this shape ever in my life. This is definitely the best shape that I've gotten in at the age 41 and about to be 42. And I worked hard for it. So I love the results when you put in the effort.
What's left, Kevin Hart? What have you not done yet that you still want to do?
There's so many things in the entertainment space that I've been able to tap into. And what I found is that the more diverse you are, the more you can do, and the more you can elevate and create opportunities for those around you. That's what my newfound focus is. That's where my ambitions have rolled over to. So, you know, it's about finding the success and then creating bridges to get other people up here and over here.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
How you been? What's going on?
Drinking milk, getting tall.
So you in Budapest? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Big one,
Live from the pest.
I think that's not what their tourism bureau calls it. Kevin Hart has built a career by making audiences laugh. Now, the superstar comedian is proving he also can move them to tears.
Wherever you are, I want to go there.
Wherever you are, I want to go there too.
In the Netflix drama Fatherhood, Hart plays a single dad raising a daughter after the sudden death of his wife.
I'm going to do it because I'm a father.
I was ready for the Kevin Hart experience. Within, I think, 10 minutes, I was getting choked up.
This was an opportunity for me to expand my resume. People are going to be shocked when they see it and go, wow, you know, Kevin's got some dramatic chops.
2 kisses. 1 for mommy. 1 for me.
I love the opportunity of being a black father on screen in a positive light. Most of the times they're on drugs, off drugs, in jail, out of jail. To have some type of positivity behind it and maybe be a part of kind of changing the stereotype.
Hart delivers that message with the help of another famous dad, named Barack Obama. Fatherhood is co-produced by Higher Ground, the production company started by the former president and first lady.
Is Barack Obama calling you with notes?
You know what? I actually did talk to Barack. You know, first of all, I think it's just crazy that I can say I talked to Barack on the phone comfortably.
And the fact that you can just drop and call him Barack, that's a statement right there of where you are.
Yeah, B.O. Call him B.O. Hey, B.O., what's up, man?
I'm sure he loves that.
Kevin. Hey, Kevin. Hey, Kevin, how you doing? You tell me, B.O. I'm good. That's how it went down. The reason why they wanted to take on the project was because of the story and having them see and understand the positive message behind it. I mean, that's as good as it gets for me.
Hart specializes in positivity. His new book for middle schoolers, called Marcus Makes a Movie, is about a boy pushing through obstacles to chase a dream.
And I wanted to help motivate and inspire our youth to simply understand that the word no is just a word. Coming up, as a kid, as a young adult, early in my career, I heard the word no a lot.
What's your message to the kids who might read that book, who are hearing no at school, they're hearing no in sports or in their music career, they think they're funny and they don't know how to get where Kevin Hart is?
I will say, you know, I think it's not about getting where I am, it's about getting where you want to be, right? And all I am is an example of what's reachable, what's obtainable. And what I learned is that talent is amazing to have, but hard work is going to possibly beat talent every day of the week. Hard work plus talent is undefeated.
In a year when the rest of the world slowed down, Hart's relentless hustle continued. He performed a hit 2020 Netflix stand-up special from his own living room, with his family getting ready for bed upstairs.
I'm no longer comfortable anywhere else but my house. I don't like people anymore.
What was that like? How do you put together an act differently than being in Madison Square Garden, for example, standing in your living room?
Well, you know, we wanted to do something very intimate.
Let's address the elephant in the room. COVID. Newsflash, I had it. The vid-19 was in my system.
It wasn't necessarily about the performance. It was just about me being honest about my life, the pandemic.
When it first hit, I went and put gas in all the cars. I bought every N95 I saw. I spent 20 grand on N95s.
There's just a comfort that comes with being honest and aware. And that was about me having a realization that I'm good.
Does that come with experience and success too, where you now frankly can say, I don't need to go do that project because I'm good with who I am and where I am?
It comes with experience, success, and also a true understanding of what happy is. There's a thing where this is going to make me happy, and if I get this, I'll be the happiest person ever. And then you get it. And then you go, oh, but if I get this is going to make me happy. This is all I need. But when you really realize it's about the people, family, the love, the connection, well, then things kind of change.
Everything nearly changed one night in September of 2019, when Hart was a passenger in a single-car crash that left him with serious injuries.
How much of this perspective that I'm hearing right now, Kevin, comes from the experience of surviving the car accident that you were in and being able to come home and see your wife and see your kids and appreciate everything?
I mean, tons. Understanding that you're not in control, that's a big deal. At any point in time, it can be over. Snap of fingers, over. I'm fortunate and lucky to still experience life.
I don't think most people appreciated how serious your injuries were.
Yeah.
You broke your back.
Almost paralyzed.
Almost paralyzed.
Mm-hmm.
Are you recovered today?
100% recovered. I was very lucky to still be able to walk. You know, you're talking about a couple centimeters. That's what separated me and being paralyzed.
1 year after the crash and right in the middle of a pandemic, Hart welcomed a new member of the family, his second child with wife Aniko Parrish. Hart relishing his real-life fatherhood.
How's your baby girl?
Oh, man, my baby girl is amazing. Kayori, my heart. I'm so in love, as I am all my kids, of course. But, you know, we got a new boss in the household, so it's an exciting time. me sitting down and getting to really tap in with my loved ones, with my wife and my kids. It was a really good thing for me.
Oh, today all day, summer's officially here, so get outside, do something fun. Up next, Sama Dada is sharing the ultimate menu for a perfect picnic party in the park.
This is sort of like playing with Play-Doh, but it tastes good and it's edible. Play-Doh is not edible, I don't think. Play-Doh is edible? No. Why? There's no way. I just learned that Play-Doh is edible. Don't eat it though. That's disgusting. Just eat these instead. In the summer months especially, it's really nice to get outside and take advantage of your local parks. And listen, I am your dream picnic guest because I never come without the most important thing, food. So I'm gonna show you how to make 2 of my favorite recipes for your next #picnic party, my easy homemade turmeric hummus, and my favorite spiced chickpea burgers with a delicious red pepper sauce. Some may say it's sacrilegious to make hummus with canned chickpeas, but you know what? Convenience is a gorgeous thing, and you can still get a really delicious result with the canned chickpeas that have been sort of hibernating at the back of your pantry for quite some time. If you're freaked out at all by making hummus at home, just don't be, because you know what? All you need to make it is a blender. So let's start. Starting with my canned chickpeas, adding these straight to the blender. They're so cute. I'm gonna go ahead and add my tahini. You cannot have hummus without tahini. It is like peanut butter and jelly, you know what I mean? So don't forget it. You just simply can't have hummus without it. It makes it nice and earthy and creamy and flavorful. Okay? You've got those really savory flavors from that tahini, from the chickpeas, so now we need a little bit of tartness, and that's where our lemon juice comes in. Just gonna roll the lemon to release some of that juice. Lemon juice going straight in my blender. It's gonna make this hummus really bright and zingy. I will warn you, once you learn how to make this hummus at home, you may never go back to store-bought. I'm sorry, but I'm just not sorry. Perfect. Lemon is done. Now I'm gonna add in my garlic. I like using raw garlic here because it has a really punchy, flavorful taste, and we want all of that flavor in this hummus. Here's where we really spice it up, okay? We're gonna add my 3 favorite spices. I'm adding some cumin. Adding some paprika for a little hint of smoke and spice. And what would this turmeric hummus be without turmeric? It doesn't make sense. So I'm adding my turmeric in. Another reason I wanted to make a turmeric hummus is because of that gorgeous yellow color. So that's really gonna give that hummus that bright pop. It's gonna look really good on your table, I promise. Now I'm gonna add a little bit of salt and some freshly ground black pepper. Now I'm just gonna blend. In order to get this hummus super smooth, we're gonna add a little bit of water, tablespoon by tablespoon, until it reaches our desired consistency. For me, that's very smooth and velvety and luxurious. Starting with just a bit. The trick with this hummus to get it super velvety smooth is when you reach your desired consistency, blend it for an extra 3 or 4 more times. That's gonna make it even more smooth. Like, look at that. my God, I cannot wait. Let me just adjust to taste. See if it needs anything. I mean, come on. It's perfect. I'm gonna add the hummus into my bowl. Have you ever seen anything this smooth in your life? No, right? Okay. Now, let me show you how to adorn this hummus. I'm gonna smooth it out. I created a little swoosh so that the olive oil and spices have a little home. Drizzle some olive oil on top. Sprinkling with a little bit of za'atar. If you don't know what za'atar is, it's a Middle Eastern spice blend with sumac, sesame seeds, and another host of spices. It's so good. If you don't have za'atar, don't worry, you can totally omit it, but I think it tastes amazing with it. I'm gonna add a touch of paprika just for a little color. This works as a nice contrast to that bright yellow that the turmeric gives this hummus. I mean, look at how pretty that is, right? But we're not done yet. I have this gorgeous platter of fresh vegetables here, and I'm just gonna cut them and adorn them around my hummus. If you don't feel like slicing your veggies yourself, no worries. You can buy it pre-cut. I've got some time on my hands. I mean, this is art. Monet? Is that you? It's me. I think I made a masterpiece. I'm not trying to be conceited, but like, are we all looking at the same thing here? Doesn't this make you want to be one of my picnic guests? Maybe? So pretty. Need to take a picture. My phone really does eat first. I know that's cliche, but it's true. Oh my God, I was immediately taken aback by how pretty this looked. I cracked myself up. I'm taking like 20,000 pictures. I think 12 would have been fine, but okay. I think I got the shot. Can confidently say I got the shot. I'm gearing up. Okay. This is the most both exciting and tragic part of making hummus, is that part where you ruin the art. But it's okay. This is what it's for. Okay, I'm going in. Did that make you all feel things? Because I just felt really emotional. Okay, ready to taste. It's so good. Something so flavorful paired with a simple, crisp vegetable, just like, these vegetables just got a glow up. Thanks to this hummus, it's art. It's art. No picnic would be complete without a sandwich, so I'm gonna show you how to make my favorite chickpea burger with a red pepper sauce. I'm gonna go grab the ingredients.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
and important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
To turn your favorite hummus into my red pepper special sauce, first cut 2 peppers in half and de-seed them. Then roast the red peppers at 450 degrees for about 25 minutes. After removing the peppers from the oven, they'll need to be steamed for 10 to 15 minutes. You can do this by inverting a glass bowl over the peppers onto a cutting board. Sealing the peppers creates steam, making it easier for the skins to peel right off. Remove the pepper peels and discard. Yep, they're a little slippery. Roughly chop the red peppers into large pieces. Add 2 cups of your favorite hummus to a high-speed blender. Homemade or store-bought will do just fine. Now, drop in your roasted red peppers. Blend the mixture until it's well combined and super smooth. Now, this special sauce is ready to be spread on anything your heart desires.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Having a good veggie burger recipe in your back pocket is sort of like having your best friend on speed dial. It's pretty useful. And I don't know if people are really using speed dial anymore, but you get the point. My chickpea burgers are deliciously spiced, they're super hearty, and they're perfect for when you want something substantial that still happens to be plant-based. First things first, I want this burger to have a lot of complex layers of flavor, so I'm gonna saute some onion and garlic to put in it. Just gonna dice my red onion. I'm only using half here. I'm using a red onion here because I really like that it adds that nice sweetness. It's gonna be so good in this veggie burger. Also, aesthetically speaking, I know it's what's on the inside that counts, but aesthetically speaking, these red onions are really pretty. That purpley red, we love it. Red onions are diced. I'm now gonna mince my garlic. Great way to mince garlic. All you're gonna do is take your clove, use the flat edge of your knife, get some of your aggression out, and then start mincing. I'm gonna do this with all of the rest of my cloves. Garlic, it's our friend, okay? You may smell like garlic for 3 days after cooking with it, but it's worth it. It's worth the price you have to pay. We wanna extract all of that garlicky flavor. It's so good. And we're mincing it really finely so that we can get out all of that flavor, all of that aroma, all of that garlic perfume that will plague you for the next 3 days. All right. Now I'm gonna heat my pan and add some olive oil. My oil is shimmering, and now I'm gonna go ahead and add my onions. Got some resistant ones in here. Don't worry, you're gonna become a burger. Something to celebrate. All right. We want these onions to be tender, translucent, starting to brown around the edges. When we get a little bit of that caramelization, it's gonna impart so much flavor onto these burgers. And you might be wondering, why didn't we add the garlic with the onions? But we can't do that because the garlic takes a lot less time to cook, so if we added with the onions, it would burn, and that's not cute. My onions look perfect. They're nice and golden brown around the edges. They're tender, translucent, which means it's time for the garlic. Okay. Doesn't need too much time to become a little brown, about 2 minutes. Don't forget, and I'm reminding you here, to season with salt and pepper. Flavor is our friend. We always want more of it. Okay, this looks amazing. The garlic is nice and golden, it's got some color. I'm gonna set this aside to cool and then get to work on the base of my burger. For the base of this burger, I'm starting with some cashews. I know that sounds crazy, but cashews are buttery and delicious. They really allow this veggie burger to be hearty and meaty without any actual meat. So I'm gonna add that into my food processor. I'm using raw cashews here, unsalted, completely raw. This is important. All I'm gonna do is process these cashews into a nice fine powder, kind of like a flour. Looks pretty good. All right, this looks perfect. Let me just show you the texture real quick. It's sort of like this nice flour, you can see. It's gonna be a really hearty base for this burger. Okay, cashews are done. Now we're gonna move on to the rest of my ingredients. Now I'm gonna add some flaxseed meal. This is gonna be really great as a binder for these burgers. It's sort of like a vegan replacement for an egg. Okay, looking cozy in there. And because I can't live my life without any spice, it just simply is not possible, I'm gonna add my spices. Starting with a little paprika. And just know, these spices aren't gonna make it spicy, right? It's gonna be flavorful, it's gonna add a lot of body and taste. That's what we like. A little bit of turmeric. Yum. Some cumin. And finally, some coriander. This is a chickpea burger, so we gotta add our chickpeas. These are just drained. And now we're gonna process. It's okay if this mixture isn't fully pulverized. It's kind of nice to have a little bit of that chickpea texture, so don't sweat it if you've got a little chickpea hanging out in there. Now I'm just gonna add some olive oil, and then remember my onions and garlic from earlier? These are going in there as well. A little olive oil. And then my onions and garlic. Perfect. Okay, you probably guessed this, but we're gonna process one more time. My mixture is looking amazing. Gonna transfer it to a bowl. Just transferred my patty mixture into my bowl, and you'll notice it's kind of thick and sticky, which is great because then we'll be able to form it into patties really nicely. Because I want this to have a little bit of zest, a little bit of something herby, I'm just gonna add some cilantro in here. You can totally use parsley if cilantro freaks you out, I won't judge you. I'm just gonna roughly tear them. I like those big pieces of herbs, but if you want it smaller, you can totally chop it. Okay. Mix that in. And now we're ready to form them into patties. A couple things I want to do before I form these into patties. First, remove all my rings, because I wear like 12,000. And now I'm going to oil my hands just to make sure that nothing sticks to them. Just a little on here, just a little. Using extra virgin olive oil. I think you're moisturizing your hands, but you're really just prepping to make your burgers. Okay, here we go. It's very fun, very therapeutic, and look how well this sticks together. So I'm gonna form these into like a little ball at first, and then I'll flatten them out into patties. You can really make these as big or as small as you'd like. I'm going for like a major burger situation, but you can also make little small burgers as well if you want little bite-sized snacks, if you want to throw them on a salad. They're very versatile. See how virtually nothing is sticking to my hands? You can thank the extra virgin olive oil for that. You've got a lot of really hearty elements in this burger, the cashews, the chickpeas. It allows it to stick together, but also allows you to feel really satiated. It's really delicious and just a really great way to eat a veggie burger that's exciting. I'm gonna put these in the oven at 375 degrees for about 15 to 20 minutes. Make sure you flip them once halfway through baking. And if you don't wanna eat them now, don't worry, you can freeze them for another day. They're perfect for meal prep.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
I mean, is this a joke? Look at this. That crisp golden exterior? It looks so beautiful. If you did want it to be a little more crisp on the outside, feel free to sear them. But to me, this looks perfect. It's time to assemble my burger. I'm very excited. I've got my bun, got my tomatoes, my lettuce, and I have a little red pepper special sauce to go in the burger as well. So I'm gonna go for it. Got my bun. I like a lot of sauce, so I'm gonna go ahead and be generous here. This is gonna add more flavor, a little bite, and some nice color too. I'm gonna spread both sides of the burger, both buns, here as well. The red pepper sauce is like tangy, a little sweet. These are roasted red peppers. Okay. Now for my star. Go ahead and add one of my burgers. Straight onto my bun. It's like it was meant to be there. It's almost upsetting how perfect it looks on that burger bun. Okay. Gonna add a little fresh tomato. And some lettuce for some greens in my life. Okay, time for that other bun. I mean, come on, look at that. Doesn't that look good? Look at the colors. I gotta take a picture. Doesn't it look good? Okay. Oh my God, look at that. All of those layers of flavor. That looks really good. Okay, is it time? I'm nervous I'm not gonna eat this in a cute way at all, but I guess it really doesn't matter. Okay, here I go. I'm gonna go from this side. This seems more approachable to me. Okay, here we go. I mean, this chickpea burger is so well spiced, so well seasoned. I think I need another bite. It seems like I must take another bite. Okay. It's just simply not right. It's simply not right how good it is. That red pepper special sauce though, ties everything together. See, this is why I'm everyone's favorite picnic guest. I do stuff like this, and then they always invite me again. You can be that person too. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. I'm speechless. Okay, I'm going in. Someone has to stop me. Someone has to stop me. I'm gonna keep eating this. No one's gonna stop me? Okay. All right. Going to Central Park is one of my favorite things to do in New York. It's the perfect place for a picnic party. I invited my sister and my best friend for a little afternoon lunch. Hey! Come on. Hey guys, look at my crudité prata.
Yeah, I'm eyeballing it.
I cannot live my life without hummus, and I love bringing it to a picnic because it's easy to pack and snack on. We love a fresh veg.
And a
yeah, hummus is so good. What do you think?
Hummus is so good.
My chickpea burger is one of my favorite plant-based meals. It's hearty and comforting, plus it's great hot or room temp. Oh, I like that you're taking photos. That makes me happy. Are you contemplating? Okay, cheers. 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 Cheers.
It looks like Shake Shack, honestly.
It looks like Shake Shack. It's nice. Okay.
Doesn't it? This looks fake. Looks like a Krabby Patty.
There's nothing I love more than sharing my food with the people that I love, and a picnic is a great place to do it.
do it.
Okay.
You know how we know it's also going to be a good day? Leah Remini is in the house. For years, she's made audiences laugh on the hit sitcom King of Queens. And if you haven't noticed, I think she's actually funnier in real life. Her scripted stuff is good, but yeah.
Leah is one of our favorites. She's bringing that signature wit to her newest gig as host of Game Show Network's People Puzzler.
Leah woke up early in L.A. Girl, you got up at the crack of dawn for us?
Yes, that's how much I love you too.
We love you. In fact, we couldn't wait for you to be here because we just had to ask what has still been happening in your house during quarantine.
What's happening?
Yes. What's been going on?
Lots of weight gain. Lots of rethinking relationships. Other than that, not a whole lot, ladies. How about you?
Where is your husband?
Right now, probably sleeping.
Where's he been for the last couple weeks? Have y'all been hanging out?
No, I try not to. We like the other day was, I don't know, this probably happened last time we spoke, but like he came in the room that I was in watching TV and I looked at him like, do we not have a kitchen with a TV? I don't know. Why are you? Aren't we living together but have our own spaces? Don't we have our own spaces?
You know what's funny? You were talking. I mean, so many of us. I mean, it's so funny because I don't think we stand. I haven't stood on the scale much during this time.
Definitely not.
Because I'm afraid of it. Are you afraid
The
of
scale?
it? Yeah.
Yes.
Babe, I put on jeans the other day just to do it. Like I was like, I'm tired of sweats. I'm tired of. I literally couldn't get like a leg in, and I was like, I was starting to Google like, is there something happening in the air because we've been in the house so much? I was like, maybe something scientific happened where it condensed super sealed my clothes to change the fibers. I mean, I literally was starting to Google it. I was literally starting to Google it. And then I was like, as I was shoving food in my mouth.
You also, is it true you watched Bridgerton?
Oh, yes.
with your daughter? You binge watched it?
I'm sorry, it's so hard to hear you because my internet went out, so we're like, I'm talking to you.
Bridgerton.
Sorry, say it again.
Did you watch Bridgerton? Bridgerton? Did you watch it with your daughter?
Okay, so my daughter tells me what shows that we should be watching, right? So she goes, okay, so we're going to watch Bridgerton. I'm like, great. So we settle in, we get our blankets, we get our food, watch the whole show. And I was like, okay, so let's get going on season 2. There's no season 2. And I'm like, okay, what kind of animal producers puts a show on the air with one season? Like, we're not doing that. We're not doing one season of shows. This is not torture. Like who does one season of a show? I did that in a few hours.
That wasn't enough for you.
You're like, move on. There have been, Leah, some other big highlights.
Yes.
One was your girl at the inauguration going up to that, when she was getting ready, when she was going up to sing to that mic, and it was just the Army band behind her, when you were watching it, was your heart pounding? Like, what were you thinking when she was starting?
I was thinking, I'm really so proud of her to be part of this moment for little girls, for people who have dreams, to know her backstory, our vice president's backstory. Like I was just so proud of her.
Yeah.
And of course, I wrote her right away thinking I wasn't going to hear for a few hours, and I heard from her right away going, yeah, baby. And I was like, yeah, baby. And then I wrote like a whole thing. Like, do you understand what this means? Like, for your daughter, for my daughter. Like, it just was such a beautiful, the whole day was just such a beautiful thing to watch. I was glued to the TV. I don't think I've ever watched as much as I did. And I was just so I was touched by it. I was just so proud.
And how about that Let's Get Loud right there in the middle, babe?
Yes.
Wow.
Like that's Jennifer, and I love that. It was just, she's from the Bronx, and it was like, there you are, and it was just like that piece of her that makes her,
Your manicure is so
I
on
know,
point.
we can't stop staring
looking
at
your
those
manicure.
kisses.
By the way, so I get these lips, right, on my nail with a grill, and I think I'm like the coolest mom ever, right?
Cool mom.
All right, Stan.
So, of course, like, I show my daughter, and I'm like, what's up? What's up? You know what I mean?
What'd she think?
And, of course, she responds with her 16-year-old, not great, Mom. She said, not great. You said another word, but I don't know if I can say it on.
All right, Leah, don't go anywhere.
You're about to kick off our game show week.
Yeah, we've got 2 players are ready to go. Greg and Cheryl. They're
Okay,
going to all
listen,
play
set
along.
the bar very low.
Very low. It is. It's real low. We got you. Coming up after this.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We are back with Leah Remini, who's kicking off our Game Show Week series we're doing with the help of Game Show Network.
Yeah, Leah's the host of the brand new People Puzzler. It puts contestants' pop culture knowledge to the test with crossword clues. So we're going to give it a try today. So we are going to meet our teammates. I am playing with my friend Cheryl Pickett from Brooklyn. Hi, Cheryl.
And on my team is Greg Beer from Arlington, Texas. Hey, Greg.
Hey.
All right, Leah. Well, Leah's going to tell us how this game works. So, Leah, how does it work?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I have producers who are talking in my ear telling me how to do the show. It's a crossword puzzle.
Okay, we're ready.
So usually how it works. So this is how it works. Let's just start, okay?
Okay. We're ready.
All right. So we're gonna say one down, right? So we have the puzzle up.
Okay.
We go one down.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna give you a clue.
Okay.
M as in Mary, and here is your clue. Ready?
Who's going first? Or we both go?
Hoda.
Okay.
Hey, Hoda?
Uh-huh.
Hoda team? Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, something nice for your fingernails.
Oh, you know this, Cheryl. You got it.
Yeah, manicure.
Yes. Boom. Way to go, Cheryl.
All right, are you guys ready?
Is it our turn? My turn?
Uh-huh.
Yes. Okay, let's go,
Yes.
Greg.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm
All
ready.
right, here we go. 2 across, and you get a letter E, and here's your clue. Mascara pumps them up.
You know this one.
Greg, come on.
Eyelashes.
Good.
You know, first of all, you don't get to say and then go to another answer.
Oh, so what was the first answer?
We're going to let it slide.
What was
okay,
the first
ready?
Yes.
Yeah, eyelash.
I said eyeliner. Eyelashes.
Yeah, you said, right. All right, forget it. Nobody's playing. Okay,
right.
ready? It's already a hot mess, everybody. Okay.
Okay, we're ready.
Are you ready?
Yes.
3 across, your letter W. Okay, here's your clue. Painful process seen in the 40-year-old version.
Cheryl, you know this.
Come on, Cheryl.
Waxing.
Yes. Good job, Cheryl.
Go, Cheryl.
Here you go. Okay, here we go. Right. Okay, 3 down. Here are your clues for letters. W-R, and here is your clue. Botox reduces them.
You know it, Greg.
Wrinkles.
Yes. Go, Greg.
Okay, here we go. Hoda, you ready?
Ready, honey.
Okay, here we go. 4 down. You got an S, and here is your clue. Type of magnolias in title of Julia Roberts movie.
Steel.
Type
Go,
of
girl.
magnolia.
Cheryl, you don't need me.
Okay,
right.
ready? Jenna?
Yeah,
Right.
we're ready. Come on, Greg. You got it.
All right, 5 across. DR. Here are your letters. Okay, Grease song, Beauty School blank. Beauty School blank.
You know it. Do you know it, Greg? Draw.
Don't be. You know what?
I can't tell. Are we not on the same team?
Absolutely not.
So sad.
Are we not on the same team?
Yeah.
Drop out.
No, you're right. You're right. You're right. This is a new game. This is all right. Yes,
okay.
you should help. You should.
Okay.
Okay. Ready? Here we go. Hold up.
Yeah, ready.
I don't. Do I freaking know? Do I know how to do this? No, I don't. Ready, Hoda?
You ready, honey?
Okay. 6 down. PR. Those are your letters. Here's your clue. Partner of Primp. Partner of Primp.
Do you know Cheryl?
Hoda.
No.
I don't know.
Hoda.
Primp and I don't know. Priss? I don't know.
That's
What
your
is
answer?
it? Primp
That's a big no.
What was
Okay,
it?
let's
What was it?
go over. No, I got to give them a chance.
Oh,
to
you
steal.
got it.
Oh, we can guess it. Do you know it, Greg? Partner of Primp.
Partner of Primp. First 2 letters are PR.
It's not Priss. Partner of Primp. Primpin'.
Oh, sad.
Prepper?
Nobody
Okay.
got it. What was it?
Preen.
Primpin' Preen.
Oh.
I didn't know that.
That's a hard one.
Wouldn't know it. By the
No,
way,
I didn't know.
Wouldn't know it. And I have the answer here. Still wouldn't have guessed it. Okay. 7 across.
We have
7 across.
Okay.
We're just going to go to the. Okay, 7 across. Here are the letters. J-E.
What's that sound?
that mean?
It's the end of
What
the
does that mean
round.
exactly?
It's the end of the round. So we're going to take a break.
It looks
And
like we're
then
in a tie.
We're in a tie. So we're going to have a tiebreaker question.
And Cheryl and Greg, you are going to go out on your own. So grab a piece of paper, a marker. You're going to have 10 seconds to write down this answer. And whoever comes closest to the correct answer will go on to round 2.
So here's the question.
Great. And somebody will let me know that. Or
Okay,
do you guys
here we
have
go.
it? 'Cause I don't.
According to Mint.com,
Hold on, here's the question. You guys ready?
Go.
the average woman will spend how much on cosmetics in her lifetime? How much money? 10 seconds on the clock. Go. Okay, just write down whatever you think. Okay, show me your answers, please. Hold on, we've got 85%.
Oh, didn't get the question.
Okay, and what do you have? 10,000. It looks like Cheryl might have it.
Sorry, Greg.
Cheryl won that round.
Because the answer is $15,000.
Cheryl, you're getting 1,000. But Greg, don't you worry. Yes, you are, girl, and everyone's winner. Greg, you get $500.
Yes, good job, Greg.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, don't go anywhere because Leah and our winner Cheryl are sticking around for round 2 of People Puzzler for the chance to double.
You might double your money. Don't
Right
go
after
away.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Okay, and we are back with our round 2 of People Puzzler, hosted by our favorite Leah Remini.
We love her. Okay, before the break,
And you can see why I'm doing an amazing job.
You rock, babe. Cheryl from Brooklyn, New York. She won a grand.
Here we go.
She's going to try to double her money in this bonus round. All right, Leah,
Okay,
take it
ready?
away. Ready.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so one down. Here's your letter M. Prolific actress with 21 Oscar noms.
First name? Is that a first name? Or first and last?
Meryl.
Yep.
Yep, Meryl Streep. She
Good.
got it. Yep.
2 down. Your letter is T. A preview of things to come.
Trailer.
Good. The movies. Good.
3 across. D. Person calling the shots on set.
Director.
Yep. Yes.
Good. 4 across. Here's your letters L-O, and here's your clue. Partner in crime for Thelma.
Louise.
Yes.
4 down. Your letters L-I. Here's your clue. Thing for an actor to memorize.
Lines.
What do actors memorize?
Got it.
5 across. J. A blockbuster with a lot of teeth.
Oh, I think
Is that
grab
the
that
time?
one.
Yes. And you know what we're going to do, Cheryl?
What?
Because we had to cut the time down just because of our segment planning. You got every single one right. So you are going to go home with a total of
$1,500. Thanks to the Game Show Network.
Yeah, and Leah, thank you too.
Thank you.
Thank you. We love you. Come back and see us soon, okay?
It was my pleasure. Sorry I screwed all
You
this
did
up.
it.
but
You
God
did a
bless
great
the
job.
Queen.
All right, don't forget to
Love
check
you
out
guys.
Leah
You too.
and People Puzzler weeknights on Game Show Network.
If there's one person we can always count on to lift our spirits, it's our friend Leah Remini. Her comedic timing was impeccable season after season in The King of Queens. Her star has shined along real life bestie J-Lo in the rom-com second act.
And more recently, Leah has been making the most of quarantine. She was just nominated for an Emmy. She's launched a new podcast, and she has a new gig. She's done everything.
You're depressing us.
As the host of People Puzzler on the Game Show Network, Leah, we've missed you.
What are you doing being so busy? Stop.
Yeah, right. And you too. And by the way, I thought you were going to be at home, Jenna. And I didn't know this was like official today.
I came back.
Like you were.
I came back because I heard you were going to be on the show.
I love you.
All right, tell us, man. You got so much going on. How are you doing everything from home? You've got your show. You won your Emmy. Your Emmy nomination. You've got a new series.
And by the way, you guys, I didn't even know that we were eligible for an Emmy this year. So it was really a shock when I got a text from a friend that said, by the way, do I look weird? I look like I'm leaning. Is my phone weird? I'm not technically.
You look good. You look real good.
It's always confusing which way to go, isn't it? Because it's like a mirror.
Yeah, it's weird, and I don't know like how to do the phone for this. Last time I did it on my computer, but I look like I'm. Anyway, so we didn't even know. I didn't even know that we were eligible to be nominated for an Emmy. So I got a text from a friend that said, "Congratulations." And this just shows you how much I listen. I was like, thanks. And she was like, are you excited? Like, I didn't even go, like, what do you mean? I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I just thought she was, like, congratulating me for being alive. And I was like, acceptable text. And I was like, thanks, you too. And she was like, me too what? And I was like, oh, what are you talking about?
You too.
You too.
The last time you were here, you made us laugh so hard.
Yeah.
You said that one of the reasons you were just happy to be here. Remember, you put on that white suit.
Yes, I remember the white suit.
With no shoes, yeah.
You're, first of all,
but today I wore shoes for you ladies.
Whoa,
I don't want you to see my face.
Our director just yelled, yikes.
Yikes.
So
Yikes.
there's that.
Why yikes?
Well, because you were hoisting your leg up.
They have a thing called Spank Alert around here, although it doesn't look like...
I held it. I held it.
He didn't. He wasn't sure.
So are you getting on your sweatpants more often now? Oh, look at your nails. Are you out of your sweatpants more often, or are you still quarantining?
No, I'm quarantining, but I have taken to putting makeup on just to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I put lashes on, and I've just been walking around the house in full
hair and makeup.
Well, did you dress up for your
Why not?
50th birthday when you had your big party at your house?
Yes, right. So I was supposed to have a party, and I kept putting, making plans, and so this is what we're going to have, and then it was like, okay, you can only have like 10 people, and I was like, well, that's my family, so there's no point in that because I see them every Sunday for bagels and lox. So I was like, no. And then it was like 25, and then I was like, I can't, I was looking at the list. I was like, what do? I tell them, like, don't bring your wife, don't bring your, so it's getting weird, and it was a big birthday, but I was like, we just can't celebrate it in the way that, I would want to celebrate it. But, I have my family here, and good enough. And really, my daughter turned 16, so she had a big birthday. My birthday's on June 15th, and hers on the 16th. And so really, when you have kids, it's really about, you don't matter as much anymore. And there she is, looking as happy as can be. And by the way, that's the face most of the time.
Wait, I heard you had a special drive-by for her birthday, a drive-by parade. Is that true?
Right. So at the end, it was like a couple hours in. I started drinking pretty heavily early on in the day, and somebody said, "Come outside. You should go outside for a second." So I went outside, and then Jennifer drove by, and she serenaded me and brought me my gifts.
Aww.
And isn't that so sweet? And she sang to me. She sang like 5 songs to me from across the car. But I refused to not hug her because I know she's been great and I've been good. So I've been tested 1,000 times. I shouldn't say 1,000 times because it's not easy to get that test.
No.
By the way. But anyway, and it was a lovely moment. I got to sing with my friend.
Oh, well, that was cool. She did that for your birthday. What did you do for hers for her birthday?
Nothing.
You didn't.
No. She's a huge cookie fan, so I sent her like 10 dozen cookies.
10 dozen.
But they were special. They came with salt, and they were kind of like these gourmet chocolate chip cookies. But I know
what you were trying to do there.
It's the thought.
Yeah, we know exactly. You told us that if she came out with not gaining 15 pounds out of the quarantine, you would be mad. I know what you were doing with those cookies, sending them to her.
You have to try. It's like she refuses to gain any weight. She after the appearance, right? She's like, send me. I heard that you were, say whatever. Send me the link. So I had to go and find the show. And the moment she wanted it queued up to because I work for her apparently, and I had to queue it up where I said what I said, and then I think she tweeted a picture that day or the next day.
She did.
I'm like, back at it, let's get it. I was like, you've been getting it, Jennifer.
Well, we wish we could talk about all your other projects because you got that cool game show, but we're excited. It's called People Puzzler. People are going to watch it.
Yeah, the People Puzzler on the Game Network and the podcast. I hope that everybody can tune in. It's Fair Game Podcast.
Fair Game.
Scientology Fair Game, and you can go to fairgamepodcast.com, and we sure appreciate your love and support.
Well,
we appreciate you. Leah. You're so fun. Thank you, Leah.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes. This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now. Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
All right, if there was ever a woman who's never at a loss for words, it is actress, mom, all-around awesome person, Leah Remini.
Yes, Leah is with us today
you.
from home in California. She always keeps it real and honest, and we're so happy that you're here with us today.
Well, I don't know how real I'm keeping it today because I put lashes on, I got my hair clipped in, because I was so excited to get up to do something, to talk to you ladies. So I put a suit on because I was like, I've been wearing my sweatpants, my pajama pants, my hair up in a bun, the whole, sometimes not even bothering washing. I'm like, why? And today I was so excited. I got up. It was, of course, 4 a.m. here, right? But I'm like, I had coffee. I have a white linen suit on. I spilled it all over myself. I'm sitting here completely wet. This linen suit, as you know, when it gets water on it, not great anymore. But I did try, and I might have some stains here. Do you see
No,
it?
you can see it. You look great.
I can.
Yes. Hoda.
She knows we don't care.
Hold on, Leah. I have to ask you, do you feel different now that you got up and got dressed and put on makeup? Does it make you feel better?
So much better. I mean, it's these little things that you take for granted, like having a job, leaving the house, feeling good, putting lashes on. I mean, it's not completely on right, but I still feel a little better than yesterday.
So what
That's how I get through.
What has a yesterday, what's every day like for you? Give us a little rundown.
I roll out of bed with good intentions. Today I'm going to start a diet because eventually we'll have to leave the house. And then that quickly dissipates. And I go, I think I need a cinnamon bun because that'll make things better. So I throw in a thing of cinnamon buns and I have coffee and I kind of shuffle. I've noticed I've done the old lady shuffle where I shuffle around my house in my slippers and I'm like, should I do something about that? Maybe I'll clean that. Maybe I won't. I really should deal with that. Let me go to the garage. I walk into my garage. I go, I should clean out this shelf. Who needs 50,000 of these? And then I just kind of look at it. I pull it out. And then I tell my husband, you really should do something with that. I got out the leaf blower the other day because I thought that would be fun. So I took out the leaf blower, didn't realize it needed to be charged. So got depressed about that. And I was like, what's my husband doing that he couldn't plug in the charger to the leaf blower? So then I decided we should get divorced. And then I started making a list of all the things that he's doing that annoys me, like breathing.
Wait, Leah.
Have you guys noticed, seriously, hold up. Have you noticed how super sensitive your senses are right now? I've never noticed how loud he breathes. And I was like, do you know what I'm saying? Little things like that. You're like, wow, you really breathe. You really breathe. He's like, Leah, I'm sorry, I'm breathing. Should I die? Would you like me to die and stop breathing? What?
Hoda, I said that exact thing. I said, I noticed Henry makes these really loud breaths. And she was like, what? Goes
You know what's so funny? It's so funny because Joel's so neat. Joel never has anything out of place. Now, if he ever, I'm a mess. Like if you could see where I'm sitting, you'd be grossed out.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sitting in pile. So Joel left his toothbrush like over on the right. I'm like, what's it doing there? Like all of a sudden, I'm the police. I mean, he does nothing but clean up after me. And now I'm like, he left his Wall Street Journal there. The one paper. I'm like, what is wrong with me?
It's so funny, like how you notice things you never noticed before. We've been married 20-something damn years.
Hello and welcome to Consumer Confidential on Today All Day. I'm NBC News investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen. This week, we are shining a light on the wellness industry and evaluating diet programs and personal training certifications. Also, why increased workload for pharmacists has them concerned for patient safety. Just ahead.
The diet industry is seeing a big summer boost as people try to lose those unwanted pandemic pounds.
I gained about 100 pounds, which was very upsetting to me.
Quarantine has been a roller coaster ride for Sanaya Dubose, a high school junior from New York.
It's like this is taking a turn for the worse. I would just snack because I was bored.
According to one study, Americans gained an average of half a pound every 10 days while in quarantine. That's roughly 20 pounds a year. As a result, the weight loss industry is seeing its own growth. Noom, which features customized health plans on its app, was downloaded nearly 4 million times in the U.S. in the past year. Medifast, offering a coaching and meal replacement plan called Optavia, projects its revenue will top $1.4 billion this year. That's nearly double what it made in 2019. Weight Watchers, now known as WW International, is reporting a 16% jump in digital subscribers from last year. Nationwide, from children to teens to the elderly, the disruption in routines meant a disruption in healthy habits.
I think there's probably 4 main reasons why people are gaining weight. One is that stress can lead to weight gain. People were not engaging in as much exercise. They may not have been eating healthy food. And I think one of the biggest drivers is that many people increased their alcohol consumption during the pandemic.
Sanaya just started her first week using Noom. She hopes to reach her goal weight in time for her prom next year.
I intend on having one of the best nights of my life.
And good luck to her. She's on the right track. Well, Dr. Azar points out it is more important to think of a long-term health pattern than a short-term solution when you're undergoing something like this.
I know how you get kind of gung-ho and you just, I can't even. Don't look out. I saw you at the pantry with the Doritos. I was there getting them myself. That actually happened.
What you have to do is stop eventizing weekdays now the pandemic is hopefully coming out of it. So if you're like me, you didn't have to work. Your sister's in your bubble. Hey, come on over. It's Tuesday night.
Yeah.
Let's make steaks. My son lost a tooth. Make a cake. Stop making a party out of everything.
Agreed.
Let's have some cocktails, day drinking, all that stuff.
Exactly.
We have to start flexing back into normalcy.
I
have to start, not you, me.
Yes. I mean, 100 billion%. But what if you're like, I'm over it. No more Zoom happy hours with my college friends. What do we do?
It's true. It is about a reset. Our nutritionist we talked to said, really, losing the pounds when it comes to weight control, it's 80% the food, 20% exercise. So choosing a program is important. Meal replacement programs tend to be effective because it's portion control, calorie control. You want to look at your budget. These things aren't free. And then finally, you're really looking at, sustainability. Is this something that's going to put you on a track to develop good habits that you can then carry on by yourself?
Yeah, it's got to click in with you. 'Cause
Yes.
certain things, like my sister likes one thing, I like something else, but you have to find the one that's sustainable for you.
Know thyself.
Know
That is
thyself.
so important,
Yeah.
right, Hoda? Like the people who say, okay, I'm going to cut out carbs. Like that's not me. If you told me that, the first thing I do is inhale a bread bowl.
Yeah.
Because I just couldn't do that. So, but some people like regimen. Tell me exactly what I'm going to eat, 3 meals, 2 snacks. Other people want a broad array, a menu, so you need to know that. The one thing to be aware of is any program that wants you to get onto really expensive supplements right off the bat, or, diuretics, because you'll see that instant weight gain, but it's weight loss, but it's water loss. Yeah, you can't do it long term.
You mentioned the cost. I mean, a lot of these programs are not cheap. So what should folks keep in mind with regards to a budget?
And it's tricky to compare them side by side. So we went online. We also looked and called these programs. Some are giving you a price per day. Others are giving you a price per month. So you want to make sure you're comparing apples to apples. You also want to take a look at what's included. Are we talking about the food? Do you get a counselor or a dietitian that you can consult with? Will you get perks like recipes? So it's not just, the bottom line cost. It's what do you get long term?
All right.
Good.
Thank you, Vicky.
Thanks.
Learned a lot.
And Carson's tips.
That's
Carson,
right.
I love your tips.
Got to stop
Red Bull.
eventizing
Yeah.
weekdays.
Yeah, well, the alcohol does it. I mean, the alcohol, think about that. The alcohol and the extra food. I mean, try that first maybe before you jump into a program.
Exactly. Cut that out.
Getting into the gym to get in shape, one of the quickest ways you can see results is to work out with a personal trainer.
Come on.
There are nearly 300,000 fitness trainers in the U.S., but how do you know if your trainer actually knows anything about physical fitness?
There's nobody to create a national standard for personal trainers in America.
Editor-in-chief of Men's Health Richard Dormant says a professional trainer should have serious credentials. And with various training certifications out there, the magazine took a deeper dive into how some of those credentials are barely worth the paper they're printed on.
Give me a sense of the range of certifications and the knowledge level that you need.
It's everything from a bachelor's degree and months of study and exam taking to Googling the answers to a test in your home kitchen and having a certificate the next day.
So I wanted to see what it takes for me to become a certified personal trainer. But I'm not gonna go to the gym or take any classes. I'm gonna do it right here at my desk with this online course.
I found a number of online courses offering same-day personal training certificates for a price. I chose expertrating.com, which charges $69.99. Check out the course requirements: internet access, an email account, and familiarity with medical terminology and anatomy is a plus. Check, check, and check.
First question, should insulin-dependent diabetes clients get a medical authorization before undertaking training? Well, it's a yes or no. I'm gonna guess yes. How many calories does 1 gram of fat provide? Well, I don't know, but I'm gonna Google it. Google says 9. Some of these questions are tricky, but nothing Google can't handle.
I passed my test with a score of 72. Ta-da! Here it is. Vicky Wynn, certified personal trainer. Meet real personal trainer Don Saladino. He has over 20 years of experience training some of Hollywood's biggest stars like Ryan Reynolds, Scarlett Johansson, and Hugh Jackman.
How does the average person know what's the difference between someone with just a piece of paper and someone who has actual experience?
Every gym should have a bio on their trainer. I'd like to know about their experience, their certifications. They should know a fair level of anatomy. I'm not saying that they have to graduate with a degree in anatomy and kinesiology, but they should understand movement quality.
He says a good trainer will always start with an assessment.
The training session should always start with a questionnaire. That trainer should be asking you, health history, was there any injuries, any illness in the family? So if they're just jumping you into a session or putting you on a bike and having you pedal without actually looking at your movement, I think that's a good sign that that coach is just trying to put you through a workout and not necessarily train you.
Don shows me what a training session should look like.
Bring that left leg in line a little bit more.
Guidance from someone who has more than a piece of paper.
Really
interesting.
Yeah, thank you. We did reach out to the website where I got my certification in basically 30 minutes. We asked them multiple times for comment. They did not respond.
I can't imagine why.
You didn't even do that well on the test, right?
No. High school me would be so embarrassed that I got a 72 out of 100 and I could use Google the whole time.
Right, but there's your certification.
You know, you said something that's really interesting. There's a difference between somebody who's just going to, or he did, somebody who's just going to put you through some workout, anybody can do that, versus actually train you, because it's not cheap.
Exactly. It's not cheap, and different gyms have different certifications. You don't actually have to have any certificate to call yourself a fitness trainer, but there are some good ones, the gold standards, and we put up a little graphic to show you, but the Certified Strength and Conditioning Specialist, that's sort of the gold standard, and there are other highly regarded credentials there. You can see them on your screen. So those are things to ask. It means that they need additional training, months of training, a bachelor's degree in some cases. That way, at least they have an understanding of the body. They didn't just go on the internet like I did and get one of these.
Hurt. I mean, trying to push yourself and doing things your body can't do.
That is the most important thing. Dawn said, you know, no pain, no gain is a myth. It shouldn't be painful to work out, and if your trainer is having you do things that hurt you, that's a red flag.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Shane Jereminski has been a pharmacist for 14 years.
Pharmacists are the bluest white-collar workers in America.
But he says in addition to filling prescriptions, checking drug interactions, and counseling patients, pharmacists now also answer phones, do health screenings, work drive-thrus, and give shots, including now the COVID-19 vaccine.
We have pharmacists working 14, 15-hour shifts. So many of them are afraid to even come forward because they know they can easily be replaced.
He runs a Facebook page for those in the industry with more than 86,000 members.
When I asked them, if you could get in front of a national audience and tell them what's wrong right now, almost everybody unanimously said understaffing and safety concerns.
NBC News spoke with 31 retail pharmacists and technicians across 15 states. All say pressures to be profitable have resulted in harried working conditions that can potentially affect patient safety. Shane's wife, Marilyn, is a pharmacy manager at a retail chain.
I've done 14 COVID vaccines since this morning. It's been a great first day.
She began administering them in late February.
I am the only pharmacist right now giving the vaccines. I have over 180 prescriptions that still need to be filled. All we do is we just get yelled at. I'm exhausted. I'm tired.
What's your biggest concern about the COVID-19 vaccine coming to pharmacies like yours?
Not having enough staff and it being administered properly.
NBC News reached out to the two largest retail chains administering COVID vaccines. Both say patient safety is a priority. Walgreens tells NBC News it's focused on hiring thousands of additional team members, adding it also provides immunization certification courses. CVS says it's doing everything possible to support its 100,000 healthcare professionals working in pharmacies, telling NBC that in most stores, there is a completely separate team dedicated to administering the vaccines. A national survey found 91% of pharmacists at retail chains rated their workload as high or excessively high. But it's difficult to quantify how that impacts patient care because there's no national mandate on reporting medication errors to regulators. But pharmacists say even one error could mean life or death.
Do you worry about putting your job on the line by speaking out?
I feel like it's necessary because I have addressed so many concerns so many times, and I feel like it just goes on deaf ears.
And pharmacists are pushing for national reform. In the meantime, about a third of states now have rules limiting work hours and mandating safe staffing levels and meal breaks. But that means 2/3 of states don't. The pandemic transformed nearly all aspects of our daily lives, including how we eat. Just ahead, we learn the creative ways restaurants pivoted to stay afloat. And with takeout meals seemingly more popular than ever, where does all that packaging go? Those answers and more coming up on Today All Day.
Not going out last year meant a lot more deliveries.
Ordered a lot more Uber Eats and DoorDash during the pandemic, and that means a lot of containers like these guys.
Our recycle bin has never been as consistently full.
I have amassed quite a collection.
2020 saw unprecedented demand for shipping and cardboard. Shippers delivered almost 20 billion parcels, up 30%. It's led to a dramatic increase in the amount of recycling we're dropping in these bins. But what happens once these items get picked up?
To find out, I'm here in Morrisville, North Carolina, at a recycling facility that takes in more than 300 tons of recycling every day. Chances are something you put in a recycling bin has ended up at a place like this. With me now is Brent Bell. He's the Vice President for Recycling at Waste Management. Consumers created a lot more waste during the pandemic from staying home.
That's right. We saw about a 20% increase in cardboard boxes and about a 15% increase in plastic packaging.
We head upstairs to the sorting station, what Bell calls the front lines of the recycling process.
Brent, What's happening up here?
So they're taking all the materials that don't belong in paper, plastic, bottles, tin, aluminum. That's all going through these other chutes so that clean paper comes across this line.
An important job because about 1 in 5 items that comes here can't be recycled and contaminates the mix.
Garden hoses, propane tanks, batteries, stuff that's really dangerous.
Once items get sorted, they're turned into these bales.
We're looking at these big bales of cardboard and paper products. Where does this ultimately end up?
A lot of our fiber material, the cardboard, goes to paper mills here in the U.S. There's some cardboard that's still exported to countries like Southeast Asia, Mexico, South America.
What can I, as a consumer, do if I want to help the environment?
First thing, recycle as much paper, bottles, cans, cardboard as you can. Make sure they're clean and dry. And then the second thing is actually support the brands that are using that material.
We can't expect to just use things once and throw them away.
Martin Bork is the executive director of the Ecology Center in Berkeley, California. They run the city's curbside recycling program. We asked him for a little recycling refresher.
So Martin, I got my gloves on. Let's play a game I like to call, Is it recyclable?
Okay, you can start with that bag. It's not recyclable.
Not recyclable.
It gums up all the machinery at the recycling plant.
Item by item, the verdict came.
This is a very common packing material. Is this recyclable?
No.
Paper towels.
It's good in the compost bin.
Pizza box. And this is how we found it in the recycling bin.
If they're heavily contaminated with grease or food, should go in the compost or the garbage.
Plastic bottle.
In the blue bin.
But if a bottle is fully covered in shrink wrap, remove the label before recycling.
That's a legislation thing, like we should be designing for recycling.
Bork says laws can set a standard when it comes to package design, requiring companies to make it easier on us to recycle.
Coffee cup with the lid on it.
You know, there's great paper fiber in there, but they're typically coated with plastic on the inside. We don't want that in the recycling bin.
What about this envelope? It gives you the arrow, which makes you think it's recyclable, but if you look closer, it says store drop-off.
Not in the recycling bin.
This is some tissue paper.
Sure.
This plastic takeout container. It says Eco Packs on it, but there's a 5 in the triangle.
Yeah, so that is not recyclable in most programs.
All these things we found in the recycling bin, almost none of them are recyclable.
And they're all things that you would think would be because they have a chasing arrow on them or they have a little label that says how to recycle.
And then there was this.
Looks like a Brita water filter.
It's a great example of wish cycling. Somebody really wants that plastic to be recycled.
This is trash.
Yes.
Bork says wish cycling is when someone wishes an item will be recycled because they put it in the bin.
Most recycling programs around the country are fighting contamination every day. As much as 30% of what they collect that ends up going to the landfill.
A reminder that recycling starts with consumers making the right choices at home.
Now, experts say legislation makes a big difference. For example, the Break Free from Plastic Pollution Act has been reintroduced in Congress. It calls for all companies to phase out certain single-use plastics that cannot be recycled. You know, this is not just on consumers. It's hard to do it all if these products are being made and they're destined for the landfill. And we talked about it. It's sort of confusing.
Yeah. It is confusing. Habits can be hard to break. I think wish cycling, we've all been guilty of that. You think, oh, well, hopefully they can recycle this.
Yes. Yeah.
So what can you do if you really want to turn over a new leaf and be better about it?
Yeah, we hear a lot about the 3 R's, right? Reduce, reuse, recycle. But really, you want to start with the 4th R, which is refuse. Just don't accept the waste in the first place. And for example, it's refusing those plastic utensils or sauce packets. If you're getting food delivered to your home, you've got that at home already. Or you keep a reusable bottle or cup with you. A simple thing like reusing our coffee cups could literally save billions of cups a year.
Billions.
Yeah. And so it's just cutting it down in the first place.
I cannot believe you said that people were trying to recycle bowling balls.
Yes.
I mean,
they
that's
get like
insane.
thousands of bowling balls a year at Waste Management and car batteries too. So it's one of those like, why would you think that's recycling?
Yeah, let's not do that.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad we're shining a light on this.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Is that ready? Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
When the pandemic shut down restaurants across the country, 8 million workers lost their jobs overnight. The National Restaurant Association reports 110,000 restaurants closed for good. That's 17% of the nation's eateries. But a new lifeline, Ghost Kitchens. They're a delivery or pickup-only restaurant that accepts call-in or online orders. No dining room, no service staff, just cooks who make the meals.
So how exactly do these ghost kitchens work? I'm here with Jamil Labou. He's the co-founder of Wing Champs. Jamil, tell me, how has this helped your business?
It's been beautiful. It gives me the flexibility to still make it home to my kids. It takes the pressure off of running a physical location of my own right now.
If people want to order Wing Champs, they can't go to a restaurant to do it. What do?
Well, they order off our site online, or they go to Uber Eats.
Jamil used to sell his wings from a food truck, but permit fees, labor, and truck maintenance all added up. He says renting a ghost kitchen means having all the tools for restaurant-quality food without the extra costs of a traditional restaurant. And when the coronavirus hit, your business actually picked up during the pandemic?
Yes. I skyrocketed, to be honest.
Wow.
And how's the food?
Okay, so which one is my order?
This is your order right here.
Can't wait to try it. I'm going to take a step back so I can try it and take off my mask. It looks amazing. So good.
Wing Champs is one of 12 ghost kitchens operating out of the Garden State Kitchen in Orange, New Jersey, open 24/7. Co-founder Chris Oleth says many are stirring up success in a second career.
We are seeing many more people who are unemployed from losing their job in the restaurant business, and for the first time having the time, energy, and motivation to start a dream.
And there's a community aspect to ghost kitchens too. One space like this in Orange, New Jersey can host multiple kitchens, which means for you, the diner, multiple food choices. That steak looks amazing. And here we have Indira Sturdivant. She's launching a new Latin fusion concept. What made you decide to go with this kitchen route?
I would say overhead cost is very expensive on a brick and mortar restaurant. So it's actually, a brand new way to facilitate those that don't have $500,000 to start a restaurant.
Indira graduated from culinary school, but chose consulting for her career. She fed her craving for the kitchen by catering music festivals. With the COVID-19 crisis, she lost her job and the music stopped.
And then I found out about this kitchen last year. So this is a brand new experience on all points for us.
And so far?
It's exciting.
So can't wait to try it.
Yes,
Thank you.
like that.
I'm gonna get one of the shrimp. So good. That's gonna be a big hit.
Consumers win. Not only are new mom and pops opening up, but established chains like Chipotle, Wow Bao, and Famous Dave's can also open ghost kitchens to serve new neighborhoods.
It means that the consumer has more choices and options than ever before.
The National Restaurant Association says pre-pandemic, 5% of restaurant orders were digital. Now that's increased to 20%.
Are ghost kitchens helping to save the restaurant industry?
In this environment, yes. And over the longer term, they will be a mainstay.
We'll never say goodbye to dining out, but technology, the pandemic, and demand for good food cooked up a kitchen concept here to stay.
Yeah, and consider this, 1 in 10 working people in America work for a restaurant in the food industry. So it is vital to our economy. 2.5 million restaurant workers are still unemployed. But these ghost kitchens are helping to bring a small number of workers back. And many businesses have found success starting out this way. So It's a fantastic concept, great for startup businesses. And if you're wondering about safety, ghost kitchens are inspected just like restaurants are. So local health department inspectors go in to make sure the food is safe and that everything's up to code.
I think it's a fantastic idea. You think of people you grew up with who were great cooks, right? And they didn't have a restaurant or what have you, or the money to have that. But if you could have something like this, the food speaks for itself.
Exactly.
Yeah,
this is a way to build a following, and people don't need to know that you're a brick and mortar restaurant. They just order the food, they get it, they like it, and then maybe that transitions to a real restaurant.
That's a great Thank you, Vicki.
I think that's here to stay.
Opened our eyes.
Yeah.
Ghost kitchens.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Ready actors. An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll. Action! Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts. Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In one word, what does it take to be a woman restaurateur?
Guts. I think a sense of humor.
Resilience. Flexibility.
For these 4 women, the COVID crisis crippled their livelihoods. They struggled to keep their dining rooms open as restaurants shut down in cities across the country.
7 of the 10 restaurants on my block are closed.
Rohini Day, mother of 2 and owner of Vermilion Restaurant in Chicago, thought COVID might shatter 18 years of work she put into her restaurant.
4 months was a complete abyss of trying to figure out, do I even want to be in this industry, given the safety issues, given the trauma to our staff, all laid off, trying our best to support them.
But she took action, creating Let's Talk.
What is Let's Talk?
Let's Talk is an action-led movement of women business owners who own restaurants, and our goal is to help each other survive this crisis and to grow in the long term.
What started as a small group of women restaurant owners in the Windy City now includes more than 350 female restaurant owners nationwide.
I'm just blown away at what we've done in this small little time.
I spoke with Rohini and Let's Talk members in Boston, Atlanta, and Oakland.
How many of you at any point thought you might lose your restaurants? Everybody?
It's just, I never thought this could happen, where we would be in this type of position.
And to be honest, I still am not out of the woods. I just keep moving forward and hoping for the best.
During the pandemic, an estimated 110,000 restaurants closed for good. That's 17% of the nation's eateries. And according to the National Restaurant Association, some 2.4 million restaurant employees are still out of work.
I had no idea if it was going to reopen again.
May German and her husband Nelson had opened a new restaurant in Oakland just days before the pandemic hit.
Hitting our 1-year anniversary, but our dining room has only been open for 14 days. We were really thrilled to join Let's Talk.
For these women, Let's Talk serves as a resource and a sisterhood to share ideas for how to keep going.
That learning from each other is such a core part of Let's Talk. So every call that we have, we walk away with 10 to 15 different ideas.
We also tried everything under the sun. You know, we sold meal kits, we did virtual cooking demos and cocktail classes.
How important is it to have other people that you can lean on?
The restaurant industry for years has been male dominated. So to be a woman in this industry, you're already coming in knowing that you're going to be fighting an uphill battle. The camaraderie that we have together has only helped to I think position us and make us stronger.
For women like Deborah and Jen, this organization has been a lifeline.
It was a new village for me, and a village surrounded around women restaurateurs, which I have never had.
We have cross-color lines, diversity is everywhere. Cultures from all over the world are in existence. Going to make sure each other gets out of this okay.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! We are sailing the Mediterranean in search of lost civilizations to rediscover the great cities that vanished in the ancient past. Their legacy has lingered in our collective imagination for centuries, a reminder of our human frailty when faced with the awesome, destructive power of nature. And where better to begin than among the islands of Greece, where history and legend collide. You look like a Greek god.
Okay, I'm a Greek man. I don't know about the other.
Skipper Theo Marinos navigates us to our first port of call, the spectacular island of Santorini, or as the Greeks know it by its ancient name, Thera. With its white stucco houses teetering on the edge of sheer cliffs, to many, this is a bucket list vacation destination, a tourist paradise where the sea here is as warm as a jacuzzi. Whoa, that's great. But the warm water is a reminder that Santorini is an active volcano. 3,500 years ago, a colossal volcanic eruption ripped out the heart of this island. Everywhere you can see evidence of this awesome destruction. Ancient ash, a pumice mantle over 100 foot thick, blankets the entire island. A great city buried beneath. Streets, 3-story houses, beautiful wall paintings preserved. But the people who lived here, obliterated. These were the Minoans, an advanced race who ruled the seas. And this island was an important outpost of their vast maritime kingdom. Now in this island of Atlantis, there was a great and wonderful empire. And many now believe the inspiration for the legend of Atlantis, first written about by the philosopher Plato. There were earthquakes and floods of extraordinary violence, and in a single dreadful day and night, the island of Atlantis was swallowed up by the sea and vanished. Some experts say that Plato's Atlantis was located in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, but others believe that the inspiration was the destruction of Santorini.
Atlantis civilization existed here in Santorini.
Our skipper certainly thinks so.
Plato described a circle island with a volcano in the center, destroyed in one single night. That happened to Santorini.
And scientists here have recently discovered that the eruption from this supervolcano was even more destructive than previously thought.
In terms of the consequences of the eruption, it is likely the worst explosion mankind has ever known.
But the destruction didn't end there, says Kostas Sarnalakis, one of the world's foremost experts on tsunamis.
The initial wave is about 300 feet high.
Following in the wake of that colossal wave, we sail 90 miles south to the island of Crete, legendary birthplace of Zeus, and the heart of the Minoan Empire. Archaeologist Dr. Sandy McIlvray has spent more than 30 years investigating what happened to the Minoan civilization here.
The sea comes up
over all these buildings, knocking all these buildings down. Goes as far as that yellow field that you see up there at the end of the olive trees.
Way back there.
Way back there.
This was one of its major towns.
This was Main Street, separating these huge town blocks that were on either side. The whole town is completely wiped out. 25,000 people.
Down at the water's edge, you can find spectacular evidence of the tsunami's destruction.
There's some bone, wall plaster, more pottery, basically churned up households. These are fragments of an amphora, like a big two-handled jar. Okay. There's the base of a cup. See that round base? Goes like that. Sides come up here. Put a handle on there.
Wow. So someone might have been drinking from that as the wave came in.
Yeah.
As they came to the end of their life.
Entirely possible.
Isn't it amazing to just find this stuff here like this? I just can't believe that I'm holding maybe pieces of Atlantis in my hand. Like the people described in Plato's Atlantis, the Minoans were advanced, and their palaces, like here in the ruined Minoan capital, Knossos, were magnificent. This was like the Washington, D.C. of its era, a center of power and civilization.
They're the first culture in Europe that has running water coming down into their buildings. One of the things that we get from Minoan art, you see that men and women are equal. If anything, the women were more powerful. They just have this almost miraculous civilization.
Miraculous, yes, but Atlantis?
I really suspect that the Minoan civilization and Santorini is where Atlantis is.
Amazingly, and despite the similarities to Atlantis, Dr. McIlvray is not so sure. Where is Atlantis?
If it's not here, go west through the Pillars of Hercules into the Atlantic Ocean.
He believes that when Plato wrote that Atlantis was beyond the Pillars of Hercules, he meant outside the Mediterranean. You think it's in the Atlantic?
Well, I mean, I read Plato as an undergraduate. I did classics and developed a fairly high opinion, and I really don't think it's fiction.
So, was Plato's inspiration the destruction of Santorini? Or is it just a story? Or perhaps, just perhaps, is there a lost Atlantis somewhere beneath the ocean? Next, we travel west, across the Mediterranean, to another lost city. It too was destroyed by a volcano, but this place is definitely not a legend. Pompeii.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Way back into history, over thousands of years, all over the Mediterranean, great civilizations have risen and fallen. Some were known to historians, but others were lost to time. Troy in Turkey, like Atlantis, was thought to be a fiction until an archaeologist who believed the story was based on fact began excavating this hill and found it. When a Swiss explorer disguised as an Arab traveller entered this canyon, he rediscovered the secret hidden city of Petra.
One of the most exciting finds ever.
As recently as 20 years ago, divers off the coast of Egypt found the ruins of an Egyptian city that had been swallowed by the sea. And these incredible structures on the islands of Malta are more than 5,500 years old, more ancient than Stonehenge and the pyramids. But the most celebrated of all lost cities lies on the west coast of Italy, in the shadow of the volcano Vesuvius.
At 12 noon, disaster struck. A massive explosion of molten rock flying into the air like a pine tree, one witness said. The volcano ejecting thousands of tons of material per second. It fell here upon the horrified people of Pompeii. Pumice and burning ash raining down on this city. It must have seemed like the end of the world.
Pompeii and its sister city, Herculaneum, were utterly destroyed. Their people buried beneath an avalanche of ash.
Everything was covered with this ash.
2,000 years later, Chief Archaeologist Massimo Asana and his team are digging out this vast and previously unexplored section of Pompeii. Archaeology used to be about patience and painstaking digging by hand. It still is, but now scientists are also using 21st century technology to solve Pompeii's first century secrets.
We are in the era of digitalization, laser scanning, 3D reconstruction, and of course also drone.
Questa è l'area del giardino.
The excavated city offers a fascinating glimpse into the Roman world.
We are here discovering houses so well preserved.
A snapshot of life 2,000 years ago.
The incredible way to touch the past and the daily life of the Pompeian in the 1st century AD.
To the basics of life.
It's a bread.
Bread. This is someone's thumbprint.
Yes, this one.
And even graffiti.
It's a campaign sign for the local lawmaker.
All the time, they're discovering more. Here, writing with a date, October 17th. Important because it indicates that the eruption happened 2 months later than has always been thought. Just one day before that eruption, Pompeii was a thriving vacation resort for the Romans. There was an amphitheatre for gladiatorial combat, and street after street of grand houses with beautiful gardens. Inside these palatial homes, the walls are covered with brightly coloured paintings, depicting a luxurious existence of leisure and pleasure.
What a life these folks had.
But for many, a terrible death. Thousands fled in panic, waiting to be rescued from the beaches by the fleet of galleys under the command of the great Roman admiral, Pliny. Others were not so lucky, suffocated by burning gas, then buried in a deadly rain of falling ash. This famous figure is crouching, as if in prayer, certainly in terror, and we're only now truly learning of the horrors they were going through. Back at the excavation, the professor and his team are uncovering more bodies and using the latest techniques are beginning to find out more about who these people were. Like this man, buried beneath a massive block of masonry.
He tried to escape with a few coins, not really a huge amount of money, so we understand the status of this person. Now, for the skeleton, we started also the DNA analysis, and we will know everything about his biography.
And these 2 victims of the volcano are believed to be a master and his slave. The team has even found the bodies of petrified horses. And this skull, found on the shore near Pompeii,
is now being examined in another lab, with more CSI. Could it be, as many experts think, the skull of Pliny, the very man in charge of the Roman fleet who died while trying to rescue the survivors from the disaster zone? We should, soon, have the answer. And perhaps also the answer to Pompeii's greatest mystery. Because although more than 1,000 bodies have now been recovered here, what happened to everyone else?
The population of ancient Pompeii was 30,000.
30,000 people.
Inside the town.
But they are out there, somewhere, says Professor Ossana, hidden beneath the ash. And maybe, tantalizingly, there are other cities, other great civilizations, perhaps buried beneath the desert sand, or submerged beneath the sea, forgotten by history, but just waiting to be found.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! Ah, Italy. Where to begin in this land of Romance, Renaissance, and romance? How about the place where quarantine was invented 600 years ago? If you're going to lock down, where better than in the most beautiful city in the world, Venice. A labyrinth of winding canals, famed for its glorious art and architecture, the birthplace of a billion romances. Casanova once lived here. George Clooney got married here. And so did American Marie Ohanessian, who met her gondolier husband, Roberto, in Venice.
I'll give you a year, 1985, and got married 2 years later. I was here on vacation.
30 years of marriage, my friend.
Yeah, it'll be 31.
31? Yes. How's it going?
I'm a lucky guy, huh?
There is a famous Venetian tradition that says, if you kiss while passing under a bridge, you and your lover remain in love forever. In recent years, Venice discovered that its beauty can be a double-edged sword. The people who truly love it, lost in a sea of selfie-taking tourists.
We all got the selfie. We can leave now, but you don't even realize where you are. So Venice needs to be understood and needs to be savored.
You live in history.
Francesco da Mosta, whose family has lived in this Venetian house for generations, agrees.
Venice doesn't need so much tourism. So much tourism is destroying Venice. And when you lose the soul of a place, then it's lost.
Then, for almost every one of us, everything changed. In Venice, it meant overnight the visitors vanished. As the world turned upside down, the pollution here disappeared. The water never looked clearer. More than ever, you could see why the Italians call this city on the sea La Serenissima, the most serene. Amazing, really, when you think that this was once a bustling metropolis, the trading center of the world. And by truly exploring this enchanted city, you can find that history around every corner. The family that lived here at the Palazzo Pisani were modern-day billionaires, merchants of Venice.
Hello.
Now it's cared for by Giovanni Gio.
I can't believe this was someone's home.
Of course it was, absolutely. It's been a home of the Pisani family for over 4 centuries.
Imagine the history this home has seen, the highs and lows, and survived it all. Just about.
200 rooms and 400 windows. I know that because we have to fix it every year.
That's a lot of windows to repair.
Within the walls of the palazzo, there's a trail of secrets.
There are Masonic symbols everywhere.
There are many secret passages everywhere. This palazzo is full of hidden staircases which goes up and down. This way, it takes exactly to the Mason Temple. This is the Sala d'Oro, the golden room, and once it was totally covered with gold. As you can see on the wall, there's a little trace of the gold.
Wow, and on the ceiling.
And on the ceiling, of course, yes.
The family fortune lost in gambling debts. This building is now a music center. For this grand house, just another chapter in its long history. Perhaps that's the story of Venice. It has endured. Like its grandest gondolas, these elaborately detailed boats, hidden away for most of the year, they are relics of the past. But in Venice, gondolas are still transporting people around this floating citadel, as they have done for 1,000 years. And maybe there's something about that history that might help us in these times of trouble. Across the country, another spot famous for its history, Florence. Back when travel was so easy, we took time to take in its domed cathedral, walk its cobbled streets, and cross its enchanting bridges. A place for meditation, and as any Tuscan will tell you, a place to have fun.
Hey, kid.
Hey!
How's it going, buddy?
Claudio.
Welcome to Florence.
Buonasera.
My friend and colleague Claudio, who's as Italian as Armani, introduced me to the local cocktails.
What are we going to drink?
We're going to have an Aperol, well, a spritz, which is half Prosecco, which is Italian champagne. And then you can put 2 things in it, either Aperol or Campari.
A little taste test.
Yes.
Okay.
Salute.
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 Remember when you could share drinks without disinfecting the glass?
I feel like we should hold hands.
No.
Within Florence's medieval walls lived many celebrated characters of the Renaissance. Who has walked on these streets? Michelangelo.
Galileo. Da Vinci.
Da Vinci?
And now us. What a fall from grace.
Let's get back to some historic drinking.
Why not? This is a 17th century statue of a wild boar.
Yeah.
And
right.
if you catch the nose,
yes,
it will bring you good luck.
Okay.
I'll give you a coin. Put the coin in the mouth.
Okay.
Let it drop. No luck.
What
because
happened?
it needs to go through the grates.
Yes! Yeah, I love it. avere
più
ghiaccio.
ghiaccio.
Can I have more ice in my drink?
That's it.
We should eat something, right?
Yeah. Florence's answer to the hot dog. This is for you.
Is that for me? All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Oh, you're eating it too? Well, that's
of course.
reassuring.
You know, have a go.
Okay.
So, what is it?
What is it?
It's meat. This is called lampredotto.
Lampredotto, okay.
It's the lining of a cow's stomach. It's kind of tripe, but worse.
That's what I just ate. I need to drink to forget.
This is called a Negroni.
Okay.
Very famous in Italy. It was invented in Florence.
Yes.
It's called a Negroni because it was invented by a count called Camillo Negroni.
Yes.
How does it taste?
It's pretty good. I like it. I like it.
I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you. I love you. You're the best.
No, you're the best.
After all that excitement, it's time to slow down. In Italy, that means heading south.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
In the region of Campania, high on a hilltop, is this picturesque Italian town of old houses and narrow streets. Very narrow streets. We've travelled to sun-bleached southern Italy, where the pace of life is slower. In this typical Italian town, the locals are, well, buongiorno.
Hi, how are you? Buongiorno, buonasera.
Wait, you're not Italian.
No, I'm not Italian.
Just like you.
Ciao.
Where are you from?
New York City.
I'm from Los Angeles, California.
We're from Santa Barbara.
Please, will someone explain?
Ciao.
Hi, Carlo?
Yes.
Carlo from California has emigrated to Guardia San Framondi, a town founded before Columbus found America.
We're kind of right in the middle of the whole Italy thing.
The Italy thing.
The Italy thing.
What do you love about the Italy thing?
It's kind of like I've been dropped in an alternative universe where people are still really nice to each other.
Ciao. Ciao. This old-fashioned place where folks say hello, or ciao, was slowly consigned to the past. But now more than 100 Americans and others have bought property in Guardia. Kind of a little America.
Piccolo Americano, they call it.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Glenn is still refurbishing, but plans to keep some of the old features.
Love the old life. Yep.
His house, once home to a wealthy Italian contessa.
This was the Contessa's bedroom.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Admittedly, you can get a little carried away. You don't have to be Shakespearean aristocracy to live here, says restoration expert Benny Adamo. For $15,000, you can have this view. Or if you have a spare $170,000, this 18th century palazzo is yours.
Frescoes. Yeah, frescoes.
Look at that. Okay, it's a bit of a doer-upper.
Look.
Is the bed included?
Yeah, the bed is included. You can take whatever you want.
When you buy these houses, you buy a piece of their history too. Rooms untouched.
1784.
A journal written before George Washington became president.
Incredible.
This is what life is about, and what so much of Italy is about, with its rich history. One day, our lives will be history too, but the magic of Italy, its culture, its beauty, and the way it just makes your heart sing, will always be with us.
Oh, look. Oh my gosh.
They showed again.
Our Today All Day viewers.
They're so loyal and lovely, and you look great today, by the way. Thank you for spending your Tuesday with us. Welcome to Today in 30. We hope it's all the things you love about today, but shorter, just 30 minutes, and we got a lot to get to today.
We do. Okay, let's get started with the heat. Tens of millions on both coasts were coping with sweltering and in some places record-shattering temperatures. Mr. Rooker's going to let us all know how long that heat's going to stick around.
Plus, if you are itching to travel again, could we interest